It's Wednesday, January 31st, 2024, around 11 p.m. You're watching Co-op for Two. Today we're going to play a Deadbolt Mystery Society box. I have the 4 most recent boxes. We're 4 boxes behind, and I thought we would play one of these. Before we get started, though, let's check in with the chat. YouTube says 19 concurrent viewers, 3 likes. If you do enjoy the content on this channel, I hope you will subscribe and give this video a thumbs up. We've got a couple new people joining us. Doris Lewis says hello, and we've got some old timers here. Jonathan, Perry, Isara, Susanna's joining us. Theo is here. Matt, the Spamonite, who's been helping me make some forms for high and low. Let's do a little bit of bookkeeping. You might notice something on the shelf behind me that's of interest. I got the prototype game box for high and low that Adam designed. I posted a couple photos on the Discord and on Facebook. It looks quite nice. It's big. It's 4 inches thick, large enough to hold the materials. And on a related note, I am just putting the final touches on my first demo case, which will be playable next week. If you are interested in playing it and giving me some feedback, you should stop by the Discord. I'll post some links on the Board Game Geek Guild as well. But it is a full case, playable, demonstrates a lot of the new ideas, perhaps not all of them. I think it'll probably take a couple hours to play. I am interested in some feedback. The other thing that it will demonstrate is the use of this new tool that I've been working on for the last month, the utility to go from text or something like Google Docs to a nicely formatted PDF file. So I'm excited about giving that a test, and we've got a couple other people working on cases as well. In other bookkeeping news, we did start a new case of Dear Holmes on Sunday. We will continue that this coming Sunday. It feels like a more weighty case than normal, and it's got a difficult cipher that has us a bit stumped. You still have plenty of time to catch up on that episode if you want to join us on Sunday. If you have some theories or want to work on the cipher, You could jump in the Discord as well. There's a link to the Discord on the YouTube About page. Okay, anything else to talk about before we get started? We have a bunch of games to play. It's sort of hard to keep up. Because I'm working on high and low so much of my free time, I haven't been doing as much streaming in the last couple weeks. That'll probably be true until February 11th or so, and then I'll take a break and we can try to catch up on some of these games. Maybe we'll play through Suspects. Maybe we could play the Circus Grounds or Medusa Report. I am also very keen to play some fan cases for Mythos Tales and Sherlock Holmes Consulting Detective. All right. Let's decide what we're going to play tonight. What's it going to be? We've got, if the boxes help you, we've got Unknown Passenger. Looks like a game involving a train. I think this is the most recent one. Mystery at the Fairy Tale Ball. I guess if we put them in order, it's probably like this. Mystery at the Fairy Tale Ball is 4 months old. I think then came A Strange Occurrence at Crown House 3 months ago. The Game Show Murders 2 months ago. And Unknown Passenger this month. So we're going to have a vote. Where's my vote system? I forgot how to use it. It's been so long. All right. So vote for which of these boxes you want to play. Before you vote, you could change your mind. So I guess it's okay. You just type vote for and then whatever you want to put after that. If I had to pick, I mean, it's hard to beat a train. I just rewatched Agatha Christie's Murder on the Orient Express, the original, which was pretty good, actually. I think if I had to choose, I might... Somehow this one has got my eye, like a different kind of setting. But this is the audience day, so the audience can pick. It looks like we're splitting up here. One for Crown House, one for Fairy Tale Ball, one for the two for the Unknown Passenger. Okay. Jonathan says, vote abstain because he can't stay for the whole stream. Okay, let's see what else. We got 3 for Unknown Passenger. Everyone likes a mystery on a train. Everyone likes a mystery on a train. Now we've got 4 for Unknown Passenger. It looks like we're going to be playing Unknown Passenger. Therese says, I won't vote, can't stay the whole stream. Well, even if you're going to watch it afterwards, you can still vote. Two for Fairy Tale Ball, 4 for Unknown Passenger, 1 for Crown House. You can always change your vote. Where's my other way of doing the voting? There, but then you can't see it. What about music? Does this work? Let me see something. Can you hear some background music now? No, it turned off. Huh? What about now? Oh, I see. It turns off the voting if I put on the background music. That doesn't work. Okay. How about that? There we go. That's better. No music, though. That's all right. I can't put music and the voting on the screen at the same time. I realized that's a flaw. I can fix that. The voting system is a plugin that I wrote for OBS. And it uses something called a downstream keyer to overlay video on top of whatever scene is showing. And when I hooked up this new music button, I used the downstream keyer. And I can see it's interrupting. But it's actually now I can see it would be a good idea for me to just add some music to the voting thing. Okay, looks like we're going to play The Unknown Passenger with 4 votes. 5 votes now. Okay, that's it. It's settled. So we can stop it. All right, so we're going to... What happened? I got to clear it. Okay, so we're going to play The Unknown Passenger. The most recent Deadbolt Mystery Society box. Okay, there's some logic to that. Anything else to catch up on before we start? 22 viewers, 4 likes. Really, guys? That seems like... That seems... Or maybe you're just waiting to see if you like it. That's fair. That's completely fair. Don't let me pressure you into liking the video. All right. Let me not go into areas that are going to get me in trouble. Okay, here we go. Okay, we've got a shoelace. We've got a sticker, their little collector's card. And feels like pretty slim contents today. Let me just put this off to the side. We've got our normal instructions that never change. They say solve everything. Sometimes you have to put things together. If you need hints, you got hints, QR codes, etc. Okay. We're just going to go through this in order. We'll put this off to the side. Let's read our beginning brief. You are Carter Daniels, a detective at the Will Street Detective Agency. You are currently on vacation. 4 days ago, you climbed on board the Olympian, a restored coal-burning luxury train that promised stylish accommodations. To your surprise, the train has many amenities and activities that even the newest airplanes don't offer, including a gaming room with billiards and card tables, as well as a bar and dining car with an excellent menu. From the outset of the journey, the entire experience has been the epitome of grandeur and relaxation. The steady chugging of the engine and drone of the wheels lull you to sleep each night as you adventure through the winter landscape. The change of pace from your everyday life is a welcome one, and you make a mental note to thank your travel agent for making such a perfect recommendation when you get back home. On the morning of the 4th day, however, you awaken to a commotion. Wearily, you look at your watch before shuffling out of your room to see what's going on. As you open the door, you hear the 4 words that start every great detective novel. There's been a murder! Pushing past a few of the other passengers, you make your way to the dining car. There you find the conductor trying to calm people down. He pulls you to the side the moment he spots you. Sir, did I hear you right yesterday when I overheard you mention that you're a detective? He asks. You nod in confirmation. That is fortunate, he continues. I need your assistance. A man was found dead this morning. A staff member found his body stuffed into the bottom of a serving cart. As far as I can tell, the deceased man isn't a passenger and he isn't a staff member. I have no idea who he is. We won't reach the next station for several hours. By then, the trail may have gone cold, or the killer could strike again. Could you lend your skills to this investigation? With a sigh, you agree to help. After changing out of your bedclothes and grabbing your notebook, you examine the body and gather as much information as possible. Consult your notes and then talk with the train conductor again to begin the investigation into the death of the unknown passenger. Okay, it's given us some instructions of what order to do it. Consult your notes, then talk to the train conductor. I always like when it tells you where to start. Okay, where are we going? We're on vacation. We're in the winter landscape. Don't know that we know where we're going. It's an unknown body stuffed into the serving cart. Okay. Here's a little photo of our cart here. That is pretty fancy, all that woodwork. Look at how they used to travel in style. All right. So consult our notes, huh? Interviews. That doesn't really seem like our notes. We have notes. I see it. Ah, here we go. Detective note. All right, let's consult our notes. The body was found around 6:15 a.m. by staff. Current time is 6:30 a.m. The victim is a middle-aged male. The man had no ID on him, and his identity is currently unknown. All of the passengers and staff members have been accounted for, meaning the victim was a stowaway. The clothing on the victim is mismatched. Upon further investigation, it seems the victim had stolen various clothes items from other passengers without their knowledge. We will assume he didn't sneak onto this train naked, so we must have more clothes somewhere on the train. If that's true, he may have other belongings that will shed some light on his identity. The victim has dark bruising around his neck. Signs point to strangulation, but not with hands. Maybe a rope or scarf. The fact that no one heard any sounds of a scuffle leads me to believe the victim was killed elsewhere, likely somewhere past the dining car. Then the victim's body was stuffed into the bottom of the cart and moved. The first thing that needs to be done is to determine the time of death. If I do that, it will let me figure out who could have committed the murder. I should also look at the things found in the victim's pockets. Perhaps something there has a clue to the man's identity. There was a ticket and a sheet of letterhead, and there was also a loose shoestring. It's too thin to be what was used to strangle the victim. The victim's body is cooling, but it isn't cold to the touch yet. The face is stiff, and the limbs are starting to grow stiff. The victim's current body temperature reads as 89.6, which is a bit colder than the average 98.6 temperature of a living body. The blood in the body has pooled at the current low points. If I remember correctly, a body will lose 1.5 degrees for every hour past death. But since it's an estimate, I have to give a range, so 30 minutes before and 30 minutes after the time I get would be the time of death. Scan to estimate the time of death and give the name of the victim. Scan to give a list of which passengers are clear and where the murder took place. Well, we should talk about this very briefly, that this is the closest we've come in maybe 20 Deadbolt boxes to having a classic detective mystery case. This one feels like an Agatha Christie mystery. It's surely going to be heavy on puzzles, but this is the most detective-like deduction setup that we've had in a game. All right, well, it's telling us that it wants us to calculate time of death. And that's the first assignment. And then it gives us a little formula. It says current body temperature is 89.6, down from 98.6 normal. And we're told what time it is now. Found 6:15, so found dead at 6:15, but now it's 6:30. That seems like the more important thing. Okay, so it's dropped 9 degrees. So we have to assume he's been dead. He's got some starting signs of rigor mortis, but maybe we don't need to know that yet. So it's dropped 9 degrees. And then he's giving us a formula. Lose 1.5 degrees for every hour past death. So 1.5 into 9 is 6. 6 times 6 hours. So in 6 hours, it would have dropped 6 times 1.5, which is 9 degrees. So 6 hours ago makes it 3:30. 6 hours ago was 3:30 a.m. And then he says it's just an estimate, so 30 minutes before and 30 minutes after. So 3 a.m. to 4 a.m. time of death. I believe that's right. Correct me in the channel if I'm wrong. Now, then it gives us 2 QR codes. Now, it says scan to estimate the time of death and give the name of the victim. Scan to give a list of what passengers are clear and where the murder took place. These are worded oddly, but the way I'm reading that is it's saying scan this when you're ready to answer this question. Scan this when you're ready to answer this question, because surely it's not going to tell us this information. Okay, so I think these aren't ready for us to do yet. I think we put this aside. We know it's between 3 and 4. That will help us eliminate people. And then it said the next thing to do was talk to a conductor. Harry says, interestingly, this is very much the way one of the Father Brown episodes begins. Well, lots of cases begin like this, I guess. All right, and then it was saying what was found on him. It said some shoelace that's too thin to have choked him. So we don't know what this is about. What else was found on the body? A ticket, a sheet of letterhead. So we looked at the shoestring, which is here. Ticket. So I saw a ticket somewhere. Okay, so here's a ticket. This looks pretty cool. What are we looking at here? Let's take a closer look. What are we looking at? It looks like we're meant to, I guess the punch outs, maybe these are meant to have been fully punched out, these holes. So February, departing February, arriving December. How can that be? That's too long a train ride. What's happened here? And then at 11:15, room 16. A little confused about this thing, though. How do you depart on February? And look, there's a hole here, too. What's that about? And if you look at the back, we've just got a picture of a train. I feel like these want to get punched out, so I'm just going to punch them out. No, they would have fallen out on their own, so it's not like it's meant to. It's not like you're meant to see it. But now this one too. I'm going to punch out all the ones that look like they're meant to be punched out. All right, so I don't know exactly what that means, but this could just be a grill that you put over something to read through it. Or this could be critical information. Okay, and then a sheet of letterhead. Let's just take a look and see if that jumps out at us. Is that this that they're talking about? I think maybe we are talking about a grill here. Okay, so on this sheet is some weird stuff. And here's this letterhead. What does it say? The Titan Express, January 6th, 2020. Is it January 6th or is it June 1st? I guess we don't know. To the passenger, report urgent, highest priority. Instructions should be followed to the letter. You won't reach your arrival if you are an hour late for your departure. So make room in your schedule and plan out your trip to the last minute. P.S. Da, 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 da. Okay, so we're dealing with someone who's receiving a secret message. And this is clearly about the secret message. You won't reach your arrival, which is here, if you are an hour, which is here, late for your departure, which is here. So make room, which is here, to plan out your trip to the last minute. I believe this is giving us the order of things to look for. So first we look in the hole for arrival, then hour, then departure, then room, and then minute. And then this is something else, but it might be this. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. So these may be the symbols we expect to see in here. And when we do this, so what are we looking at here? So we have a spade. What would we do with this? There's only, so the symbols here, spade, clover, pyramid, peace sign, are all here. But we don't see this guy. Okay, so this looks like it's probably this. Something like that. And then, so let's see. So I think this could give us words, like we start with this symbol. So we start with this rotated on this. And we rotate it until we get letters in all of our grill locations. We want to find something in all of them. Let's do it this way. Or maybe we just go 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. That makes me think we should get 6 words, but that would mean maybe we put it, that's what it is. I was putting it here, but no, the spade just tells us that that's the Roman legion. That tells us which Roman legion to line up here, like this. And now that I do this, can I do this like this? Now that I do this, we rotate till we get letters everywhere. Okay, well, there we go. There's our first one. Okay, and now we need to do it in the order. I think it was Y-O-U-V-E. You've. So let's write this out. Oops, did I lose it? Okay. So I think this is going to be, wow, that's pretty cool. So I think our first word is Y-O-U-V-E, but I need to write down a reminder of what order these go on from this side. So it's arrival, hour, departure, room, and then minute. Okay, so let's just double check that we're right about this. Okay, arrival, hour, departure, room, minute. You've. Okay. So that's our first word is you've. All right, next word lines up with the flower. So there's our flower. So we put this on this guy here. Maybe you can just line up with the Roman legion to make him the right way. Does that get us what we want? Yes. You don't, whoops. You don't even have to rotate it. You don't even have to rotate it to find it. It's when the Roman legion is at the same orientation. Okay, pretty cool. All right. So we want arrival B, hour E, departure E. This is going to be something like you've been discovered, huh? Room N, and minute C. Okay. Next up is the peace sign. So that's going to be like this. Okay. All right. Then we've got, oops, arrival is O, hour is M, departure is P, room is R, minute is O. Okay, we can see this is going to say you've been compromised. So let's just go through it. Then we've got the pyramid with the I. This is pretty cool, actually. Okay, pyramid with the I is going to be M-I-S-E-D. I don't even need to do it. I just know it's going to be you've been compromised. Okay, and then we've got the spiral, which should be this way. Oops, like that. Okay. Arrival is I, hour is A. Sorry, hour is S. Departure is A. Room is A. Minute is C. Okay. And next we've got the 4-leaf clover, our last one. Okay. Arrival is A. Hour is B. Departure is O. Room is R. Minute is T. So did I do this last one wrong? You've been compromised. It's definitely saying abort. Is this his name? Isaac? Is that what it is? So if I didn't do it wrong, it's Isaac. You've been compromised, Isaac. Abort. Assuming I didn't translate that wrong. I was a little quick, so I'm tempted to just make sure that I didn't do that one in the wrong order. Arrival. Hour. Departure. Room. Minute. Isaac. Okay. So there's our message. You've been compromised, Isaac. Abort. Okay, that was pretty cool. And if you'll remember, our mission here was estimate the time of death and give the name of the victim. So I believe we now know the answer to that. Between 3 and 4, and his name is Isaac. So I think we're probably ready to answer this first puzzle. Although the game said we should talk to the conductor first, I'm tempted to do that. But as Jonathan reminds us, it's nice to take a break early with these games. Remember, you can only play through these once. If you play through it with me here, it's going to be spoiled for you. You can't play it again. You can buy these games from Deadbolt Mystery Society, typically for 30 bucks new. But if you think you might want to play this on your own, you could stop watching here and come back and watch the rest of the video when you finish it. Otherwise, we're going to take a break. I'll see you in 8 minutes. We'll continue this case. Very intriguing case so far. Okay, we're back. DJ Moneycut says in the chat he's trying to train his 12-year-old cat to let him brush their teeth. I have been down that road. You can get cat toothpaste at Amazon. The cats, you can't explain to a cat what you're doing. It thinks you're trying to kill it. I don't think it's going to work, but I don't think at 12 years old you're going to teach that cat to let you do it. But you never know. All right, so we believe we've solved this. We can answer this. I mean, we've estimated the time of death, but it says estimate the time of death. So I think we're ready to do that. But the introduction wanted us to talk to the conductor first. So I think maybe we should do that first. Here's our conductor, Jeremiah Woods. This is a terrible mess. Nothing like this has ever happened before. I'll do what I can to help you get to the bottom of this. I can vouch for all of the train staff members. I can't vouch for all of the passengers. Talk to Will. He was on the night duty last night and might know if and when people left their rooms. I believe the ticket belonged to the victim. It is for a different train, and I know none of our passengers came from that train. So it must have been his. He's talking about the ticket that we already used. Okay, and then we've got interviews with other passengers. And then a couple of envelopes and a solution. So we don't have much information other than what's in the envelopes. Let's take a look at whether these envelopes are open any time or open only when directed. Envelope 1, open, do not open until instructed. Envelope 2, do not open until instructed. So this is one of the tighter games so far that we've seen. Okay, we could read the other interviews, but I think since we're here and know how to answer this, we should move to this. So let's see what happens if we try to do this. Okay. No signal. Why would that be? Let's see if we can wake it up. Oh, that's troubling. Oh, let's see. I'm disconnected. That's all. How about now? There we go. All right. So let us. Okay, unknown passenger time of death. Okay, a little hard to see that, huh? Can we go in a little bit? Okay, what is the time of death between, why does it say select? Oh, select start, I see. So this is one of these cases where it's better on a desktop, but that's all right. Between 3 and 4, we said, but this is AM and PM, yes. 3 and 4 AM and PM, yeah. And the name of the victim, no caps, no spaces, ISAAC. No. Okay, what did I do wrong then? Did I estimate time of death wrong? Okay. That's kind of a shock to me. What have I done wrong? It's currently 6:30 a.m. What did I do wrong? It's currently 6:30 a.m. Current body temperature 89.6, average 98.6. So it's dropped 9 degrees. If it loses 1.5 degrees every hour, that's 6 hours. Oh, that's 6 hours. So why did I get between 3 and 4? 6 hours would be midnight. How did I get 3:30? Oh, because I subtracted 6 from 9 degrees. Okay. Boy, that's a little sloppy. All right, so we did all our calculations right. I just was stupid here and no one corrected me. All right, so 6 hours minus from 6:30 a.m. gives us 12:30 a.m., which means it's between 11 plus or minus half an hour, did we say? Yes, okay. So that means it's between 12 midnight and 1 a.m. Oh, no one corrected me when I said all this. So 6 hours minus 6:30 is 12:30, plus or minus 30 minutes tells you it's between midnight and 1 a.m. All right, let's go back and see if we can not be so stupid. Midnight and 1. Okay. Unknown passenger time of death unlock PDF. It feels like they're doing something different with their websites lately. I think you see this DMS virtual files. They're making a move to doing some online stuff, and I wonder if this isn't part of it. Let's see what happens if we open this up. We can say always. Okay. Here he is. Having determined the time of death and possibly the name of the victim, you seek out the conductor. Great work, he says. I knew asking for your assistance was the right call. At this rate, we should have this mystery solved by lunchtime. How did you figure out his name, by the way? You explain the message you found and how you got it. Ah, strange, conductor says. That is strange, right? It's like someone was sending the victim a message. Well, there's nothing for it but to press on. It looks like your next step should be figuring out who had the opportunity to commit the murder and who didn't. If a passenger was in their room or the dining car during the time of the murder, then we can rule them out as suspects. Oh, and I was able to figure out where the food cart was left last night. It was left in the viewing car. The killer must have committed the murder there and then moved the cart after everyone went to sleep. Okay, so he thinks murdered in the viewing car and then stuck the body inside, and then when everyone went to sleep, then they moved it. All right, so let us move along and look at our 3 pieces of evidence we have left. It looks like we have a map of the Olympian, the cars making up this train. Let's see. There's the engine, coal, then comes staff bedrooms, staff sleeper, the kitchen. Then we've got sleeper cars, the dining car, movie car, bar, gaming, viewing, bathroom, storage. So he says the cart was left in the viewing car. And then where was it moved to? Where was it found? Was it the kitchen that it said? Somewhere killed elsewhere, likely past the dining car. Then the victim was stacked and moved. I'm just trying to remember where the body was initially found. Found dead this morning on the serving cart. Were we told where he was now found? You make your way to the dining car. Okay, I see dining car. Let's make a note of that. Found in dining car, 6:15 a.m. Killed between 12 midnight and 1 a.m. Killed, we think, in the viewing car. Okay, so those are our notes. There's the viewing car. There's the dining car. Okay. Built in 1910, the Olympian entered service with the Gold Star Line as a passenger and commodity transport. Throughout the first half of the 1940s, the train was regulated to freight hauling to support the war effort before finally returning to its former glory as a luxury passenger train in 1945. The Olympian has become our most iconic and longest-running locomotive in the fleet. You know, I wonder if they edit these after they come out. We've noticed that there's more typos than normal playing the more recent games, and I wonder if they don't edit it. Like, this inn shouldn't be capped, and regulated is not the right word here. The train was relegated to freight hauling is what you mean to say. Relegated, assigned to that role. Okay, anyway, we'll keep this nearby. And now we've got a list of passenger manifest. Okay, quite a few passengers on this train. Let's take a look at these passengers. We got some serious lookers here. We've got Ashley McDonnell, Okay, she looks dangerous. She's in room 1. Here's our rooms, our sleeper rooms. 1, 2, 3, and 4 are in the train, same train. So Ashley McDonald is in 1. She's sharing a sleeper car with Carter Daniels and Colin Lint and Kylie Summers. Then in the next sleeping car is Christopher Parrish, Thomas Hubbard, Allison Hubbard. Okay, so husband and wife, Thomas and Allison. And Valerie Kilgore, another dangerous looking dame. Okay. And then also in that sleeping car too is Abner Merritt. And look, Penny Merritt. Oh, she's sharing the same room with him. I was going to say she's in a different sleeper car. No, the two of them are in the same room. Okay. And then starting the next sleeper car 3 is Maria Lonzo, Betty Long, Raymond Vasquez, and sharing a room, Olivia and Lucas Rosner. Those are our passengers. Couple husband and wives, sharing rooms. All the husband and wives are sharing rooms. Okay. And now we interview them. So we're going to interview them. That's the last thing we have to do. So we must be able to answer this. Scanning of a list of which passengers are clear and where the murder took place. We already have figured out where it took place, we think, right? The viewing car. At least that's where it was last left, which would make sense why it took place there. But we're not 100% sure. Let's see if we can't figure that out by going through interviews. All right, we already talked to the conductor. And now we've only got 5 people to interview currently. Maybe we'll get to talk to the others in the other envelopes. Okay, here we go. The train attendant, Will Burns. Oh, so this isn't one of our passengers. This is someone else who our conductor has vouched for. I don't know how much weight we're going to give to his vouching. What does he know? But here we go. This guy looks like a psychopath. I was the staff member on night duty. I sit at the end of the sleeper car 3 and provide passengers with any assistance they might need. I'm basically like the help desk at a hotel. Anyway, here's what I saw last night. I started my shift at 11 p.m. The gentleman from room 4 might be able to help you. I can also vouch that he was in the sleeper cars area all evening. I saw him come in from the other sleeper car around 11:15. He was knocking on other passengers' doors and asking for a lighter. When no one was able to help him, he left to go back to his room around 11:30. The woman from room 7 passed by and entered the dining car, followed shortly by a man from room 11 and the couple from room 12. Everything was quiet for a while, and then around 12:30 a.m., the passenger from room 10 returned to her room. Oh, and I'm pretty sure it's safe to eliminate her as a suspect. The lady from room 10 is in a wheelchair. She was sitting in the dining car all evening before she turned in. Then I might have dozed off after 1 a.m., so if someone returned or left their room after that, I might have missed it. All right, let's see what we can figure out from what he says. He says, I sit at the end of sleeper car 3. So here he is at the end of sleeper car 3. Right, because there's our front. He no doubt means the end here to the dining car. Okay, And what does he say? He starts his shift at 11. Remember, we know that the time of death is between midnight and 1 a.m. So he starts well before that. He says, room 4 might be able to help us. I can vouch. I don't know why he's saying room 4 might be able to help us, but he says, I can vouch he was in the sleeper cars all evening. He came from the other sleeper car at 11:15. He was knocking on passenger doors looking for a lighter. No one could help him. He went back to his room. Okay, so in other words, he's saying he's here. This guy comes from room 4. He's knocking on doors, trying to get a lighter. He can't find any, and then he goes back to his room. So room 4 is alibied. Who is room 4? Kyle Summers. Okay, what else? No one helped him. That might be important. Someone's a smoker. Okay, 11:30, the woman from room 7 passed him and went to the dining car. So she left towards the murder at 11:30. That means she is a suspect. She went to the dining car and then room 11 and the couple from room 12. So those are not alibied, but maybe we'll note that the woman from 7 and the man from 11 and the couple from 12, this group goes to dining car where this guy loses track of them around 11:30. Okay. Then he doesn't hear anything at 12:30, which is still, the murder could be committed at 12:30. So let's see what happens at 12:30. Room 10 returns to her room. So, but he says returns 12:30. He thinks we can rule her out because she's in a wheelchair. Do we think we can rule her out? I guess he's also saying it's not just that she's in a wheelchair. He says she was sitting in the dining car all evening before she turned in. Okay, so she's ruled out. All right. Who is our room 10 woman? Betty. Betty Long. Okay, well, if he can vouch for her being in the dining room, I guess he can look behind him and see through the dining room. Then he went to sleep at 1. Okay, fine. This is Bill Burns' info. All right. What's next? Christopher Parrish, one of our passengers. He says, a perfectly good trip was ruined. I was having a great time last night. Have you met Maria? She's almost as big of a train enthusiast as I am. We were having a great conversation in the movie car last night. Then that older couple came in and started arguing. I ended up going to the dining car and Maria went somewhere else in the opposite direction. I should have moved further away because when we left, it apparently was the signal for the couple to argue louder. I could still hear them arguing from the dining car. They argued for an hour or more, but they eventually came into the dining car and sat for a while without talking. It was super awkward for me and the other couple there at the time. Eventually, I called it a night and went to bed. That was around 1:30. Okay, so if we believe him, and people did see him, so probably he's telling the truth or he's going to get caught out. It's hard to risk placing yourself with other people if you're lying, because then you get caught out too easily. So I tend to believe people when they say other people are around. Okay, so he's saying he's talking to Maria until the older couple came in. So Christopher Parrish, I guess the other way to say it is that Maria went clockwise. They're in the movie car. So let's think about that for a second. They're in the movie car. He goes to the dining room and Maria goes clockwise. So Maria goes clockwise from movie when the couple enters. This is requiring some juggling. We're having a great conversation in the movie car. The older couple. Okay. He goes to the dining car. She goes clockwise, deeper into the car. Then the couple argue, and he hears them arguing for an hour, and then come into the dining room car. So he says, he hears the old couple arguing 1 hour, then dining car where they're quiet, right? Argue an hour, they go into the dining car and they sit in quiet. It's awkward for me and the other couple. So there's also another couple there in dining. So there's 5 of them in the dining room, and then he goes to sleep at 1:30. 1:30 he leaves. So if he goes to bed at 1:30, they argued for an hour, and then it was awkward while he sat there. Then because we don't know exactly when this time is, but let's say he was only in there for 15 minutes in awkwardness, or let's say just to ease our thinking. If he was sitting in awkwardness for a half hour, that means he was sitting there at 1 and they came in at midnight. But even if he was only awkward for 15 minutes, that would mean they were awkward starting at 1:15 a.m. and they argued starting at 12:15 a.m. But they came in, so there's no time for them to have done anything. I could still hear them arguing from the dining car. So this couple is alibied because they were arguing since at least 12:15. He saw them come in. Does he see which direction they came in? He didn't go past them from the movie car. Movie car. Only if they came from the other direction could they possibly be involved. But I think this is their alibi. Is it an alibi for the older couple? I think so, because they were already there. So they're alibied, he's alibied. I think the other couple is also alibied, but depending on how you read it, we're not told when the older couple come in. That makes me think they were already there when he got there, which means if he doesn't see them come into the dining car, then they had to have come from this direction. Otherwise, he would see them come in. They must have been there already, which means they never went past him for that good hour. Older couple and another couple. So DJ Moneycut asked the question that I was going to ask. Let's remind ourselves how many couples there are. There's Thomas and Allison Hubbard. And then there's Abner and Penny Merritt. And then there's Olivia and Lucas Rosner. So there's 3 couples. The older couple are arguing, yes. So these 2 are arguing. So they're alibied. So the older couple are the Merritts in room 8. I'm going to add those to my alibi list. Room 8, the Merritts is our alibi list. And also, we're saying Christopher Parrish because he was all around people the whole time. Christopher Parrish is room 5. And now we want to alibi this other couple. But we're not sure if it's Olivia and Lucas Rosner or Thomas and Allison Hubbard. Any clue about which couple it was? I don't think so. It's awkward for me and the other couple. So we don't know what other couple. Am I caught? Does that make sense with the channel, or have I missed something else to pay attention to? So if we can identify what other couple was in the dining room, we can eliminate them. Let's see if we can. Betty Long, this is our wheelchair woman. Hello, sweetheart. Would you care for a game of checkers? Oh, a detective. How exciting. It must be just like that Magnum guy in Hawaii. I spent my youth working for the Ronaldo Brothers Circus, but that's a story for another time. I can't believe someone was killed on this train. I'm sure something like this would make a terrific episode of a crime show. What's that? Oh, last night? Yeah, I was sitting in the dining car last night by myself, for the most part. Then I saw the young blonde woman come in. Before she could sit down, the gentleman in the yellow suit asked her if she would be interested in a game of cards, and they both headed to the gaming car. As they were leaving, this would have been around 11:30, the young man with glasses came into the dining car from the movie car. He sat at a table near the door. He was still there when I turned in for the night. Oh, and that nice Rosner couple came in and sat down for a bit around the same time as the young man with glasses. Okay, so what is she telling us? First, they're all known, so a couple could be any man and a woman. That's an interesting point. That's an interesting point that I'm assuming he's talking about the married couple. But we don't know if he knows who are couples. Okay, that's a good point. Okay, let's keep that in mind, and let's read what she says. She says she's sitting in the dining car all night. We've verified. The blonde comes in, and the yellow suit head for the gaming car at 11:30. Okay, so let's figure out who those people are. The blonde woman, there's only one here. So Valerie and yellow suit man, they go to the gaming car at 11:30, which could put them in the right place for the murder. So they're not alibied. Then she says, the man with glasses, who's our guy here, our guy Christopher, who we trust as alibi, he says he came in around 11:30 from the movie car. That's what he described to us. He didn't give us exact timelines. She's filling in. Remember, he split up, then they heard them arguing for an hour, and then and it was awkward. Okay, so he says, he was still there when I turned in. Oh, do we know when? And we know when she turned in. We're told by this guy, 12:30. Okay. All right, so he was still there when I turned in. A nice Rosner couple came in and sat down. Okay, so Rosner couple are the couple that were there sitting with him when it was awkward for this entire time. So they're alibied. So this other couple is the Rosners. She knows them by name. She recognizes them. So the Rosners, Olivia and Lucas in room 12, are alibied. I believe that's right. But the yellow suit and the blonde are, maybe I'm keeping up. The three people so far that we're suspicious of are Maria, the blonde, and yellow suit. They both were seen heading towards the back of the train during the time when the murder took place. Okay, let's see what Kyle Summers has to say. I might have some information that's useful to you. See, I like to smoke before I turn in for the night, but I've misplaced my lighter. So around 11:10 last night, I left my cabin and went to all the cabins to ask for a light. I had no luck, but I can tell you who was in their rooms at the time. The passenger in room 01 was in her room. She only opened the door a crack, but it was her. Couldn't miss that red hair. Okay. Room 1, red hair. This is Kyle Summers. So remember, we've got a guy sitting here watching, telling us who goes past him. So if this guy sees someone at 11:10 in their room and the attendant never saw them walk past, it means they're alibied. Okay. The woman in 01 was there. She opened the door for a crack, but it was her. Couldn't miss that red hair. No one else in the first sleeper car answered their door. So they could have been gone, or they could have just not been answering. So then I went on to the second car. The lady in room 6 was there. She didn't have a light, but mentioned her husband might have one, but he wasn't there. Okay, so lady in 6 there. Husband gone. Okay. I then asked the woman in room 7, the gentleman in room 11, and the couple in room 12. Okay. woman in 7, gentleman in 11, couple in 12. So he makes contact with all of those people. They don't have light or matches. He finishes his round. At 11:15, he gives up. Oh, and I can confirm you were in your room since you're in the same car as me. I can also confirm you sleep like the dead and snore like a bear with a head cold. Might want to get that checked. Okay, let's see who these people are now. So Kyle is alibied. We've already got him alibied from our attendant. He's also telling us the red-haired woman in car 1, Ashley McDonald. Okay, so we're going to put her as an alibi. Okay, alibi 2, Ashley McDonald, who's in room 1. Okay. No one else in the sleeper car 1 answer, so we really don't know. The lady in 6 was there. The husband was gone. Okay, so who's 6? Allison Hubbard. But our suspicion list here is now going to include Thomas Hubbard, who was not in his room. All right. And he also says there was the woman in 7. That's the woman in room 7. Who's our woman in 7? Valerie? Yes, okay. So he meets her at 11:15. She's in her room. But then later she's seen walking out by this guy, this woman. Did we have a time? 11:30. Maybe we should write down when they were last seen. 11:30, 11:30. Our first guy talks about Maria, and that was before 11:30 because this guy comes in at 11:30. So around 11:30. Okay, so these are our people we're suspicious of. They were last seen 11:30 heading towards the back of the train. Okay, so far so good. That's the woman in 7, the blonde. And then the gentleman in 11. Who's that? Oh, there's our yellow suit guy. Okay, so he knocks on him. He asks for a light. He doesn't have one. But soon after he is seen, yellow suit, we can put a name to this. This is Raymond Vasquez in room 11. And the blonde girl is Valerie in room 7. And Maria Lonzo is in room 9. Okay. And then he talks to the couple in 12. That's the Rosners. So they're in their room at 11:15. We've already alibied them because our woman here recognizes them hanging out in the dining room. The nice Rosner couple came in and sat down for a bit. Around the same time as the young man with glasses at 11:30. So I guess they're alibied. Because she doesn't leave until She doesn't come back around till 12:30. By then it's too late for the murder. No, that's not right. Murder could have happened at 1 a.m. Do we know that this Rosner couple left, or could they have still been there at 12:30? Here's the guy who saw them. It was awkward for the other couple there. Then eventually I called in a night and went to bed. So he called in a night at 1:30. Sorry, he called in a night at 1:30. So he's the one alibying the Rosners. She sees the Rosner come in and sit in awkwardness with this guy. She goes to bed at 12:30. So she ceases to be a valid alibi for the end of our time window. But he doesn't. He's there till 1:30. And he can alibi both couples. Okay. So I think we've got our alibis. Okay, last bit is the two arguing couples. Abner and Penny Merritt. Abner says, "We're happy to help in any way we can. Murder on a train is so exciting. Just like a detective novel. See, dear, this trip won't be so bad after all." "Oh, yes, dear, because when you said we were going on a luxury train ride, I thought, oh, goody, I hope someone dies so we can get interrogated. And seriously, dear, how is this a luxury train? Most of the people on this train are middle class at best. Who was this ruffian who boarded our train? Probably just a common thief who got what was coming to him. You would think this place would have better security measures in place. My wife is very refined tastes. Can you tell? We were actually discussing that last night. I hope we didn't wake anyone." "Don't patronize me, Abner. Are you calling me loud?" "Oh, never, dear." "I should hope not. Well, back to the point. After my husband and I had our discussion, we sat in the dining car for a good while. There was another couple there and a young man. Before, when we were in the movie car, I remember we passed some others as they were heading to the back of the train, but I really wasn't paying attention at the time." Neither was I. I hope that helps. Oh, and do let us know what you find in the end. This is the most interesting thing to happen to us in a long while. They are useless. Okay. I do notice she's got white gloves on. I'm suspicious of her. But okay. So she gave us no information. And here is my list of people who are alibied. So this is two people there. So if I just count, I've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. 9 people alibied and 4 suspicious people. Let me just write down where Hugh Hubbard's room is. Room 6. So 9 suspicious people. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. And then 4 people that we're suspicious of. That gives us 13. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15. So 2 people are on neither of our lists. Who are those people? Maria is Sorry, let me do this. Maria is a suspect. Raymond is a suspect. We've cleared the Merritts. We've cleared Betty. We've cleared the Rosners. We've cleared Ashley. We've cleared Christopher. Carter Daniels we have not touched. Colin Lint we have not touched. Kyle we cleared. Thomas is a suspect. Allison is cleared. Valerie is a suspect. So the two we don't know, I guess I'll put them on the suspect list, are Carter Daniels and Colin Lint. We don't know anything about them. Is that right? We are Carter Daniels, says DJ Moneycut. Okay, so we got cleared. So thank you. We are. I just forgot my name briefly. Carter Daniels. That's us. Room 2. Okay, well, what about, so that makes 10. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14. We still have one, so let's see. We have 5 people suspected, and 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 clear, 8, 9, 10 clear, 15. Okay, so that's 8 and 7. Okay, so that's all 15. Let me see if I missed anything in the chat. Okay, we are alibied ourselves. That's room 2. John says, are they people in rooms that did not answer the man looking for a lighter? We do not know if they were in their room or not. Yes, that's right. I think the only one that was left there for us was Colin Lint. He was the only one who wasn't in his room, and we have no information about his whereabouts at all. So he's on our suspects list. So we've got 5 people that are open suspects and 10 people that are cleared, including us. 1, 2, this couple, 3, 4, 5, this couple, 6, 7, 8, 9, and 10. So that's all 15 people. 10 cleared, 5 suspects. All right. So if that is correct, if that reasoning is correct, which was quite involved, then we know how to answer this question. Scan to give a list of which passengers are clear and where the murder took place. So murder took place in the viewing car. We know that, and we've got our 10 cleared suspects. All right, let's try to answer this. Let's see what happens. Has anyone noticed something that's changed about Deadbolt Mystery Society? They are now using web forms. All of the previous games we've played have all been password protected PDFs. And they are moving away from that, which is a very good thing. This is a much more flexible thing. Normally, they would, at this point, have us like write their names in alphabetical order, first and last initial. This is a much more exact question about this problem. So this is a promising development. Okay, who can you eliminate? Select all that apply. All right, so where is our list? There's our list. Let's get these people alibied. Okay, Our first alibi is for Kyle Summers. We talked to him. He's very convincing. Next up was Betty Long, the wheelchair woman. The attendant and others saw her the entire time when the murder could have happened. Then we've got the Merritt, Abner and Penny it was. They were arguing, seen by others and heard by others, arguing the whole time in the dining room areas. Then Christopher Parrish, this is the lovesick guy who loves trains. He was seen by a bunch of people all through the time of the murder, sulking in the dining car. Then we've got the Rosners, who were identified by our wheelchair woman and alibied by our lovesick train aficionado, enthusiast. Okay, then Ashley Mack, the red-haired girl, was seen in her room before all this started and never seen leaving sleeper car by the attendant. Allison Huber, same exact thing. She didn't have a light, but she was seen in her room, but she says her husband was gone, so he's not in the clear. And then Carter Daniels is us. Where are we? We're not on this list. 1, 2, 3, there's 5 left, which matches our 5 suspects. All right, so it's not even letting us try to alibi ourselves. So there's our 5 suspects, the unchecked ones. We've got Thomas Hubbard, the husband who's not in his room. Valerie Kilgore, the blonde bombshell who went to play cards with Raymond Vasquez. We've got Maria, who went towards the end of the car when she stopped talking trains with our Christopher Parrish, and Colin Lint, who we've seen no sign of. And in what car was the cart located? No caps, no spaces. This was the viewing car. And remember, we were told that by the other puzzle we answered, I believe. Okay, any objection? If not, I'm going to go ahead and click submit here. Let's see if I'm wrong twice. No, we got that one right. All right, that was pretty cool. That was some involved eliminating of suspects. Maybe the most intricate we've seen. Not exactly require deep reasoning, but lots of little details. Okay, here we go. Wait, what happened? Oh, I think it just switched between this one and the next one. Okay. Notice this also. They're no longer password protected PDFs, so you don't have to worry about them unprotecting them, locking themselves up, which was a huge pain. Okay. Big improvement for Deadbolt Mystery Site. It still feels very 1990s webpage, but that's fine. It works. It works well. You let Jeremiah know who was accounted for between 12 and 1 and who wasn't. He immediately has his people separate passengers so you can talk with suspects. Jeremiah also tells you he has some more information for you. Start by talking with Jeremiah in the README first. You may now open envelope 1. Okay. So we've got our 5 suspects. That was a little bit of work to get them, but now that we've got them, we can focus on them. I like that. We don't have to second guess ourselves. We've solved these 2 puzzles. We read all the interviews. We want to keep our passenger manifest nearby. And we're now allowed to open envelope 1 with this nice piece of art here. And it tells us to start by talking to Jeremiah. All right, well, we're going to take a break here, our 8-minute break. Come back, get into the first envelope. So far, this is the most old school pure Agatha Christie Deadbolt Mystery Society box we've played. We've got a spy of some sort on this train who's been uncovered by one of the passengers who has killed him. But we don't know what he was spying on, what his mission was, and we don't know which other passenger might have done him in. If you had to guess, though, before we go to break, these two, the blonde and yellow suit, went off together to play cards. So unless they're working together to kill him, they might alibi each other. I'll see you in 8 minutes. Okay, we're back. Time to open up envelope 1. Okay, there's quite a bit in this envelope. And it said, start with the read me first. Read me first. So we're talking to Jeremiah, the train conductor, first. All right. We've separated out the 5 passengers who were unaccounted for. I'll unlock the 5 suspects' rooms so you can look for clues. You should talk to the suspects. They were all standoffish. They all obviously deny being the killer, but they also were vague or evasive when answering questions. I get the impression they all have something to hide. Maybe uncovering those secrets will help reveal the killer. Gather evidence so you can confront each of the suspects. Once you think you know what each of them is hiding, confront that person. They might have more information that will give you insight into the mystery, but be careful. In my experience, when you confront someone, they'll either come clean or double down on their lies and try to hide a lie with some truth. You'll need to take careful note of what they tell you when you confront them and see if you can catch anyone in a lie. Good luck. And if you need any more assistance, let me know. Oh, and remember, the killer committed the murder in the viewing car. Also, we searched the train, and I think we found where this guy was stowing away. We have a storage car at the end of the train, but the electronic door won't open, as it seems someone here tampered with it last night. We'll need to figure out this ancient wiring to get power restored to it. So he says the storage car is locked up. Someone tampered with it. So he thinks that's where our guy who got killed was hiding, Isaac. All right. And he says, talk to the 5 suspects. See if you can catch them in a lie. If we do catch them in a lie, they may tell us the truth. Okay, so we can talk with each of the suspects. We can talk to the bartender. We can go into their rooms. Here's a photo of the 5. Look at that. Okay, va va boom. And I don't know what this is. Snowy train. That concerns me a little bit. Solved all the puzzles. When you solved everything, then we click on that. All right, let's start by going into their rooms. Look at this. Okay, so we could search room 3 where Colin Lint is staying. Scan to open the room. Click on things to tap and explore. We can search room 6, Thomas Hubbard. Room 7, Valerie Kilgore. Room 9, Maria Alonso. And room 11, Raymond Vasquez. How cool is that? All right. Let's start by scanning Colin Wint's room. He's the one person we didn't have any interaction with, so I'm very curious. Let's see what this is like. I mean, we've not seen this before. Pinch into zoom and click around to explore the room. Make sure your sound is turned up. What on earth? Okay, let me see if we can rotate this. All right, I'm going to see if I can show you it full. Unfortunately, I can't see it so well on the screen when it's this big, but let me see. Is it better this way? Probably better for you full screen, but what about this? No. All right, maybe this is the best for you though, but I can look at the screen. Okay, so sound is on. I don't hear any sound. Let me turn on this. I'm not sure why we need sound. It's a little unfortunate that this full screen doesn't quite fit here. Pinch and zoom, click around to explore the room. Okay, a little bit of Chronicles of Crime vibe here. All right, let's zoom around. Wow, look at what's that? Is that just something on the bed? And what's this stuff? So I'm tapping. I guess if I use the cursor, you could see what I'm tapping on. And nothing is happening. We'll have to see if there's some reason the portable tablet version of this website doesn't work. I'm clicking on various things.
There is something on the collar.
So I clicked on the shirt and we've got a lipstick. All right, so it's very old tech, but if I click on the shirt,
there is something on the collar.
Lipstick. Okay, so maybe we want to make notes of some of this stuff. This is room 3. Colin Went. Seems like he might have been having an affair. A red lipstick of a woman. What about this water and stuff? What's over here? I'm going to click on that. No, nothing to click on with the water. Trash can. Aha!
Nothing to see
here. What have we got here? What is that? Like just, it's empty. I think that's what we're seeing, that it's empty.
Nothing to see here. Nothing to see here. Nothing to see here.
Is it empty or is there something at the bottom? No, it looks like it's empty to me. Okay. Empty trash. Anything else? I see this red square now. Can I trying to see if I can get it to give us information on what's clickable? Yes, if we move the mouse over, we get. All right, so we're just going to move this around. And it looks like, oh, pillow. Something in the car, trash can, nothing to see. Jesse, check. I guess you can't hear it. Oh, it's saying what I can't hear. I see. Okay, let's see. Thank you. All right, let's try the pillow.
Looks like some hair on the pillow.
Okay, I see. I can hear it now. Thank you, Anna. Okay, hair on pillow. Yeah, it looks like red hair. Is he having an affair with the red-haired girl? What do you think? Is that red hair? I think it's red hair. Long red hair. I can hear it now. Is it too loud for you guys? Okay, and we can move the mouse around to see what highlights. So the pillow we got, and the shirt and the trash. That looks like everything to me. Let me just zoom over here, make sure there was nothing here to see. Okay, Anna agrees it was red hair. Okay. All right, so we finished room 3, and I think he's having an affair with the redhead, Ashley McDonald. He could have been in her room. No trash. He hasn't drunk any of the water. I think he was spending the night in her room. She's got her own room. That's what I think happened. But no trash. It wasn't that it was emptied. It's that he wasn't spending the evening there. So I think that's what we've got from there. Okay. Pretty cool. Okay, let's go to the next room. Thomas Hubbard. Okay, room 6. All right, this is pretty cool. Let's see what we've got. I see a cassette.
A cassette tape on meditation.
Can we play it? No. Okay. Now remember that Hubbard has got 2 people in it, a couple. The woman was in her room that night the whole time. So can we tell who's sleeping where? Oh, I guess it's sleeper car. This is 4 people in this car. So there's a note. Let's check out what that note says.
Who could this be for?
Hey, I'm so proud of you for such an important milestone. 1 whole year is awesome. I hate that I couldn't make it in time to visit with you before you left on your trip. Hope all is well. Remember, stay sober. Love, Sis. And the address is blurred out. Okay, 1 year sober postcard. 1 year sober postcard from sister. Okay. Let's check out the trash can.
A torn up letter. Where have I seen those symbols before?
Uh-huh. They're bar drinks. Okay, so we've got a coded, torn up letter. Let's see if we can take a screenshot of this for later. Okay, 10764 with different shapes of glasses. We'll have to come back to this. Numbers and drink glasses. In fact, actually, while we're here, we could solve this because this looks like it's related to this. Ryan Chambers, bartender. I don't know if this is a weird coincidence or somehow someone connected to the murder, but someone broke into the liquor storage and stole several bottles. Found them empty in the trash can and part of the note that had the code for the cabinet. Usually the note is hiding under the bar, but someone must have found it. Also, someone's tampered with the lock. I can't get into it now because part of the note I have doesn't have the numbers on it. Well, I can't open the bar until we get into the cabinet. Here, take the note. Maybe it'll help you. All right, so here we go. Lock up all bottles each night using the code below. All right, so where's the best way to do this? It's like this. There we go. Okay. So we just have to put these in the right order, which seems simple enough. Okay, we got our martini glass that's clearly, let's do it this way. The martini glass is our 0, I believe. And then we've got our red wine glass. That looks like the 6 over here. Then this is surely our 7. I'm not sure what kind of glass you would call this. A low ball. And then we've got the tricky ones here. We've got I guess this is probably, why did I say this was, yes, okay, so 4 is the one that you can see the bottom of it still continuing. So this has to be 4 because this one, the stem is already started, whereas 4, the stem hasn't started yet. So this is going to be our 1. 16407. Any disagreement there? So that matches up with the 1. That matches up with the 6. That matches up with the 4. Martini matches up with the 0. And the beer glass or low ball, I'm not sure what you would call that glass, is our 7. I believe that's right. Okay. So when we're ready to solve that code, we know it. We'll put it in there. All right. That just saves us some time from having to come back to that. All right. Let's go back to our full screen view. And we're using all the technology today. So we looked at the note. Did we look in the trash? I don't think we did.
A torn up letter.
Oh, I guess we did.
Where have I seen those symbols before?
What about this? Oh, that was the stay sober. Oh, stay sober, but he was drinking. Uh-oh. Okay, and there's our meditation. Anything here? They didn't seem to drink any water. Nothing with the beds. Seems like we're finished here. Let's see what about the pillows? No pillows. Okay, I think we're done here. I see there's some areas here. All right, seems like we're done here. Okay, someone's supposed to say sober, but they were drinking. What room was this? This is room 6, Hubbard. Don't forget, we're going to talk to these people. Okay, let's get out of here. Then go to the next room. Room 7, Valerie Kilgore, our blonde lady. All right. I see a laptop, a note. That's, what are we seeing about their bedding? Like the upper bunks have, I guess they all have the same thing. They're all made. This one on the left looks like it was slept in. They both look kind of slept in. All right, let's check out this laptop.
I wonder if I can figure out the password for this.
Oh, okay. Got a password. So room 7. So room 7 is Valerie. So one thing that I guess I misstated at some point was the idea that there were multiple people in a room, but it's not true. Valerie has this room all to herself. I mean, she could be entertaining someone in there, but as far as we know, no one else is booked into this room. It's not like there are 4 people booked in. So let's just remember that. Okay, so let's just write down. She has a laptop, password unknown. We may have to come back to it after we interview her. All right, what's this note about?
I wonder what this could be about.
Client, Dynamic Impact Industries, task complete, payment received. Oh boy, that sounds suspicious. Dynamic Impact Industries. She's been paid. What is she being paid for? To do some corporate espionage? Remember, she was hanging out with Vasquez. I wonder if she stole some information from him or something. Okay, let's check out the trash.
Nothing to see here.
Nothing in her trash either, huh? Okay. What else? Anything else in this room of interest? We looked at the note. We looked at the trash. We looked at the laptop, which we have to come back to at some point. Doesn't look like there's anything else of interest in this room. Okay, so we need to come back into this room. All right. Next we have room number 9. Maria Alonso. Maria Alonso has a suitcase in her room. Sorry, a briefcase. Take a look at it. Is it going to be
A
locked?
locked briefcase.
Okay.
I wonder if I can figure out the combination.
Room 9, Maria Alonso. Locked briefcase. Probably we should make a note that this is going to be 6 digits or 3 digits times 2. So we know what to keep on the lookout for. Okay. What's on her little table here? This is making me want to go on a train ride.
A picture of a train. What could this be for?
Engine number 5. The photo, engine number 5. Anything interesting on this picture? Because we can zoom in quite a bit. I'm really liking what this new stuff they're starting to do with Deadbolt. This is much more interesting than the old password protected stuff. All right, let's look in the trash.
Nothing to see here.
Nothing in the trash again, huh? Okay. Nothing in the pillow. We looked at the suitcase. We looked at the bed. We looked at the engine number 5, which we don't know what that's about. What about up here? What about the water? None of them are drinking any of their water. Seems like they should be drinking. Maybe you get charged for the water. And they're all being smart. They don't want to get charged. Okay, so we got to come back for that. Next up, room 11. Our last room to look at. Raymond Vasquez, who was last seen with our blonde. What has he got? Looks like a mobile phone, pen and paper. All right, let's see what this pen and paper is. I think he's going to be the one that the blonde was doing corporate espionage on.
Where have I seen sketches like this before?
Where have you seen sketches like this? Well, we haven't seen sketches like that. Maybe we're going to see them somewhere, but let's take a screenshot, I guess.
Where have I seen sketches like this before?
All right, let's try to take a screenshot. Okay, we've got a butterfly, a asterisk, leaf, and a lock. Let's remember that. All right, what about this phone here? It's going to be locked with a password, I'm guessing.
A locked phone. I wonder if I can figure out the password.
Okay, so we've got a nature photo and an 8-digit phone password. What is the background image? It's like squares in squares. Just going to draw the diagram of these numbers in case it's useful. It's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 with 0 at the bottom. What's this emergency cancel? All right, you can't click on any of that. All right, what about this trash? Are we finally going to find something in someone's trash can?
Nothing to see here.
Nothing. Nothing was in anyone's trash can? It's kind of odd, don't you think? So we got the note, the drawing, the phone, the trash. Nothing else. Okay. Maybe he played the meditation music to his wife. Did I write down where the meditation was? Yes. Okay, and I'm going to... So we've got 3 items with passwords. A phone, a laptop, and a briefcase. Plus, we did figure out how to open the bar. Okay, well, that was pretty cool, I have to say. We'll be going back to those in a bit. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Okay, there's the 5 rooms we went into and what we found. Shall we? Okay, so here's our options of what we could do. We could go unlock the bar now that we know how to do that. We could talk to our suspects. That seems like a logical thing to do next, but maybe we want to investigate before we confront them. Then we've got some photos. This says scan to confront the suspects. So here are our suspects. And I guess we're going to confront them one by one. with what we've learned about what their secrets are and try to make them talk. So this is what we do when we're ready to move along. So we're not going to be doing that yet. But what are these? This says, solved all the puzzles. Once you have solved everything, confronted all the suspects, compared their statements, find out who's lying to you. Okay, so this is, again, the last thing we do. I don't know what this is about, but after we confront them, then we say, okay, we found who's lying. So we've now, the only thing that's left is the interview statements, the bartender code, and this thing. The old girl requires a few tricks to get her up and running. Should the power give you issues, I made some notes on what it takes to get her going. Just make the fuses match the power needed. The symbols are greater than, or equal to, and equals. Turn on everything in order from 1 to 8. It sounds like maybe someone's going to knock out the power in this train. So we're not going to do that now. We've got no reason to do it. So the only question is, do we open up this bar lock first, or do we talk to our suspects first? What does the chat want to do? Open up the bar or chat to the suspects first? Type vote bar or vote suspects. You gotta type vote first. Vote bar, vote suspects. YouTube says 15 concurrent viewers. We've been streaming for 2.5 hours. 1:22 a.m. I meant to say when we started that my sleep schedule's a little messed up, so I hope I don't run out of steam here. So far, this is a really unusually improved mechanical episode of Deadbolt Mystery Society. Anna says suspects. DJ Moneycut says bar. Crankbait444 says bar. It looks like we're going to go for bar. 2 votes bar, 1 vote suspects. I do like the idea of having information to confront them with. So we're going to go with the majority decision here and go to the bar. All right, so we wrote down our code here. We believe 16407. We matched it up with our images. So let's scan this and try to open it up. He said so. Oh, he said he just didn't remember the code. So now that we have got access, we can lock it in. All right, let's flip this up. Oh, what? We got our first password protected PDF. We've regressed back to password protected PDF files. Okay. 16407. 16407. I thought we were done with all this nonsense. Once the code is entered, the magnetic lock releases and you hear the bartender exclaim, "Oh, thank heavens!" Inside you find shelves of liquor, some obviously missing, and curiously enough, a sobriety token that appears to have been used to try to force the lock open and left behind by the thief. 1 day at a time, 1 year sober. Well, I guess that's just more confirmation that our guy went off the wagon. So I'm going to remove the security. Okay. It's been a while since we did this. Do I ever save it? No, I think that's all I have to do. Or do I save it? No, I save it. Just so we can come back to it. Okay, so we've discovered this guy, and we've got proof now that room number room 6, Thomas Hubbard, whose sister told him to stay sober, went off the wagon. So that's what he's hiding. Maybe he's going to give us information when we confront him with that. All right, so that's that. Let's confront our suspects. We'll start with Thomas Hubbard and confront him with the fact that we know he has broken his sobriety. Listen, can we make this quick? I'm not feeling well. It's probably motion sickness. Been on this darn train too long. Honestly, do I look like a killer to you? And why is this turning into such a big deal? I mean, who was that guy? Why was he here? I heard he stole a bunch of things from the other passengers. I'm not saying that means he deserves death, but it sounds like that man wasn't a very savory character. I gotta get some water, excuse me. All right, so this just fills us in a little bit, but we know how to confront him, what to confront him with. Remember, that's what we can do here. We can confront the suspects one by one. So I think we could, if we wanted to, just confront him right now, one by one, or we could read them all. Let's see what happens if we scan this and try to confront him right now. I'm just curious to see if we could do this one at a time. Scan to confront the suspects. Select a suspect to confront. How cool is this? All right, so if we confront him right now, okay. All right, so it wants us to choose what we're gonna accuse him of and what evidence we have. Look at this. This is such a change for Deadbolt Mystery Society. They've gone from doing the least of this kind of thing to here's a case that's doing the most of it from any of these games. Okay, so we're going to accuse him of, well, I guess theft. He stole the bottles. He broke in and stole the bottles. And the bottle, did we find a bottle in his room? Where's his room? This is the room. Was there a bottle in
A
his
torn up letter.
trash?
Where have I seen those symbols before?
There's no bottle in this room. What is our evidence? There are bottles missing, but we didn't find any bottle, did we? And under evidence 2, what have we got? Token. The stolen barcode, yeah, but is that in here? Bottle, watch, laptop, pills, fingerprints, postcard, ring. I don't think, maybe we're not ready. The postcard about his sobriety? Maybe you're right. Maybe it's the postcard about his sobriety. Well, we'll try this. If we fail, then there's some fingerprints we haven't gathered yet or anything. But it seems like maybe we shouldn't be here yet because we're seeing little clues about evidence that maybe we shouldn't get. Or let me submit this and we'll see what happens. Then we'll leave here. All right, I think we got him. Hey, not so loud. I have a splitting headache. Yeah, you're right. I did break into the bar last night. I was hoping you'd catch the killer, and I wouldn't have to talk about it. I didn't want my wife to find out. I've been sober for about a year, but last night I just needed a drink, you know. I broke into the liquor storage, and I ended up just sitting behind the bar drinking. I dozed off and woke up late in the middle of the night and went back to my room. Before I got hammered, I remember hearing someone coming into the car. I think they were talking on their phone. I remember them saying, "The files are sent. Unlock them using your card with my code." Then she said some random letters, N high, T low, D low, P high, Y low, T high. She had to tell whoever it was on the phone twice. She sounded mad. That's all I remember. You hand Thomas the sobriety token and he takes it, obviously overcome with shame. You thank him and continue your investigation. Well, that's interesting. Okay, so let's do a couple things. Our Thomas Hubbard, we're going to alibi. That's the first thing. We're giving him his alibi. He was drinking. He clearly wasn't involved in the murder. That's the first part. The second part is the evidence he got. He hears someone, he hears a woman in the bar. Let's see, he hears woman in bar. Now notice she's not in the viewing car where the murder happened. She's in the bar. She says, "File sent. Says use card and my code N high T low D low P high and T high." We don't know what those mean. She had to tell whoever was on the phone twice. Don't know what that's about. Okay. Interesting. All right, so he's alibi. We've got 4 alibis, 4 people left. P high, N high. We've got a laptop password, briefcase numbers, NTDPT. High low. Not sure. How many are there? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Doesn't sound like it's the 6 digits of a password code. Okay, let's try our next person down on our list here. Raymond Vasquez. "I am not sure why I have to answer any of your questions. You're not a cop, and even if you were, I wouldn't talk to you without a lawyer. That's not an admission of guilt. That's just called being smart. All it takes is one wrong phrase or a poor choice of words, and someone's life can be ruined. Besides, my sense of humor is a bit dark at the best of times. Throw in a dead body and stress, and well, let's just say I'm better off keeping my mouth shut. If you want to talk to someone, Maria will talk your ear off and try and sell you something. She seems nervous, but why?" That was interesting because he's given us nothing other than he's smart and has a dark sense of humor. But Maria knows information. But how are we going to confront him about his secret? He's the one that has a phone and the nature photo. Nothing he said gives us a clue about how to unlock his phone, though. All right, well, Maria, this is the one I'm interested in talking to. I hope the train company is going to offer us a refund for all of these. I paid good money to be here. I have trouble sleeping, so I did a bit of walking around. I trust this isn't suspicious. I absolutely love trains. I wish I lived 100 years ago when travel by train was the height of fashion. You know, speaking of fashion, detective, someone like you could use a quality timepiece. Something like the Regal Quartz Collection. I happen to be a representative and can... No? Oh well, how about a brand new state-of-the-art refraction vacuum? It's part air purifier. Oh, you're sure? Well, I also sell life insurance. Based on recent events, it might be beneficial. So she's a bit of a scam artist selling stuff. She likes fashion. In her room was the briefcase and the photo of the train. Why? There's nothing here that tells us what she was hiding. How strange. Let's keep talking. Maybe we're going to get someone one by one. Okay, Colin Lint, the mystery man. Well, this will make for an interesting story to tell the wife when I get home. Me? A murder suspect? She won't believe it. Just like she didn't believe me when I hit a moose in the winter of '94 until she came home to a freezer full of moose meat. Where was I last? Well, you know how it is. I was here and was there. I didn't really keep up with it, you know. You should focus on that Thomas guy. He's looked miserable all morning. I bet it's guilt that's eating him up. He says he's married. Is this our guy who we think was sleeping with the other woman? Yes. He's married, yet he's got red lipstick. He's cheating. We can confront him for cheating. We can confront him for having an affair. That's what he's hiding. Okay, so before we do that, though, we already did Thomas. Let's do our last woman here, our blonde bombshell, Valerie Kilgore. I hope you complete your investigation quickly. Some of us are busy and don't have time to play a game of Clue. I have important clients, and they're not used to being put on hold, so if one of them calls, I'll have to take it. To speed things along, I'll go ahead and tell you I'm not the killer. Last night I was up late because I was waiting for a phone call, and I wanted to be considerate and not take a call in the sleeper cell, the sleeper car. I don't care for anyone listening in on my business or being a bother. Maybe you should try that sometime. I don't remember seeing that Colin fellow last night, but it seems no one else did either. That sounds strange to me. Are we done? Okay, so here's our phone call woman. So the guy who got drunk overheard her talking about her code, probably. So if we look at her room, she was the laptop password. So this is probably the laptop password. N high, E low, D low, P high, T high. So it's possible these are uppercase and lowercases, like N uppercase, T lowercase, D lowercase, P uppercase, T uppercase. What do you think? And then she told it to him twice. That may be either because he got it wrong or because it's doubled up. Okay, so I think we can get into her. I think we might be able to get into her. This is Valerie Kilgore laptop. Okay, so we've got 2 more people cracked open. We know he's having an affair, so we can confront him. We can't confront her yet, but if we open up her laptop, we may be able to. So let's start with her laptop. Let's see if we can find it. What room was this? Oh, that's... seems like we lost all the... Oh, because we're in the PDF reader, is that right? Yes. Okay, everything's fine. Let's find that laptop. Okay, there's our laptop.
I wonder if I can figure out the
Okay,
password for
so
this.
for the laptop, it was N high, so I'm going to take that as uppercase, T lowercase, D lowercase, P uppercase, T uppercase. That's our theory. But look what it says, no caps. So it doesn't want that. Just going to click submit for the fun of it. Incorrect password, try again. Okay, so what is it then if high and low? N and then high. N high. T low. D low. P high. T high. Very interesting, huh? I wouldn't mind hearing more specifically what he said again. So it was when we confronted this guy. We don't need to download it again. We just go to it. She says the files are sent. Unlock them using your card with my code. N high, T low, D low, P high, Y low, T high. Now remember, he's listening. N high, T low, D low, P high, Y low, T high. According to my notes, I wrote it down wrong. Okay, let's see. DJ Moneycut says, let me just make sure. Okay, N high, T low, D low, P high, Y low, and T high. Okay, so I forget to put the Y low. Thank you. Y low and T high. N high, N-I, N high. I'm just trying to think if this is one of these auditory things. She says, unlock them using your card with my code. I don't think this is about the code. And it doesn't matter anyway, because we're just hoping that her code is the same code she uses for her laptop. We're not actually trying to unlock these files. So I don't think it matters, this part about the card. Although it is interesting that she's talking about it. Like, could this be for us? But N high, T low, T low, T low. Is it? N high, T low, T N T D P Y T. Try laptop with just the 6 letters. It just seems wrong to me. In fact, it seems very wrong to me. In general, it's never the case that when it could be some random stuff that it's just one of them. It doesn't make any sense because we know that it never wants uppercase and lowercase. So I really don't think it's that. Got to mean something else. Let us look at a keyboard for a second. Where's our list? N T T P Y T. N high. What does that mean? N high, T high. It makes no sense for uppercase or lowercase either. Otherwise, you would say uppercase. But we could confront this guy, Colin, if we're stuck with her, and maybe we'll get more hints about it. What would you, if you were telling someone N high, T low, D low, P high, Y low, T high? What would you be meaning? DJ Moneycut says, I think we need to find your car. Anna says, maybe we need that card. Well, you both think it's the card, huh? I just don't believe it. I don't believe it. However, she does have that dynamic impact industries letter. I wonder if it could be referencing something in that letter. All right, let's just put it off for a second. We don't know how to get into her thing. However, what we do know is how to confront Colin. So let's do that. Let's confront Colin. All right, Colin, who's having an affair. Let's catch him out. All right, so we're going to accuse him of an affair. We're going to say that the first piece of evidence is going to be the pillow with hair. And the second piece of evidence is going to be... What's happening here? we want the shirt with a lipstick kiss. What's happening? We want the red hair and we want the shirt. What's going on? Let me turn this up. Let's see. We're accusing him of an affair. The first piece of evidence is the pillow with the hair. The second piece, oh, shirt. Okay, so it was scrolled off the screen. No sign that it was there, unless I'm overlooking it. There's our shirt. Here we go. You pull Colin into the empty gaming car and confront him about where he was last night in his very, look at that smile on his face. All right, you're correct. I hooked up a few times with Ashley. She came to my room a few times, but last night I was in her room the whole evening during the time of the murder. I didn't say anything about it for obvious reasons, but the cat is out of the bag now. You can talk to Ashley. She'll be able to confirm where I was. You follow up with Ashley, and she's able to confirm Colin's alibi. There is our Ashley. Look at that. What do they call the woman who breaks up the happy home? Home wrecker? That's Ashley. She looks like a home wrecker. Wrecker. Last night I was in a room the whole time. Oops. Sorry. You follow up with Ashley, and she's able to confirm Colin's alibi. You then go back and ask if Colin has anything else he can add to the case. Well, I want to do what I can to help catch the killer. Since I was in Ashley's room all night, I've got nothing useful. But I did notice some things about the others while we were waiting in the viewing car. They were in the viewing car where the murder happened. Thomas has been sitting in a corner seat with his head in his hands the whole time. Valerie keeps checking her phone and looks annoyed. Maria was constantly arranging things on the table in front of her. Might be a nervous habit. I did notice that regardless of what she had on the table, she always had it sorted by colors: red, blue, yellow, and black. And Raymond just sat there looking out the window. So Maria always sorts by color: red, blue, yellow, and black. Red, blue, yellow, and black. Arranging on the table. So if we go to her room, we might expect things to be in table. She was the one with the briefcase, though. 3 digits. She's got a bit of OCD and color. Well, Thomas is our guy who's the drunk, so he's got nothing about him. Valerie's on her phone, annoyed. That doesn't really help us. And Raymond is looking out the window. It makes me think that maybe we missed something in one of their rooms. Okay, but we've alibied Colin, so he can leave our list here. So that leaves us with 3 people: Raymond, Valerie, and Maria. Okay. Well, let's go back to look at rooms now. We've got information about Maria, so maybe we'll hit her room. Maria is... You know what? Now I think of something. Remember Valerie had the phone? Remember there's a picture on
A
that
locked
phone?
phone. I wonder if I
No,
can
that
figure
was
out the password.
Wait a second. No, the phone is Vasquez, Raymond Vasquez. Okay, sorry, change that. The briefcase. This is Maria, who likes to organize things. So let me just see.
Nothing to see here.
Nothing in her basket. Okay, what has she arranged here?
A picture of a
Engine
train.
photo.
What could this be for?
Why does this engine photo help us? Engine number 5. She likes to arrange things in colors, but those colors aren't here. I see a white flag on this, but nothing else jumps out. How strange. And then her
A locked briefcase.
briefcase.
I wonder if I can figure out the combination.
I'll see how that has to do with colors. Anna says it's time to take a break, and she's right. Okay, we'll take a break. I'll see you in 8 minutes. Okay, we're back. We're in an interesting situation here where we've confronted everyone we know how to confront. We've gotten clues about people's passwords and codes, one of which it feels like we should be able to crack if we work on it. The woman whose laptop she was overheard, the audience seems to think that we need to know the code of some card. We need to some card. I have my strong doubts about that, but it's possible. Something did occur to me, though. We could try to study those two rooms again to see if we can't get another clue to breaking into that. Or we could try to work on that high-low code again. But it occurred to me that I may have misinterpreted something. This was in our collection here, this fuse box. It says the old girl requires a few tricks to get her up and running. Should the power give you issues, I made some notes. It's a little bit of a puzzle. And when we got this, I said, well, this obviously isn't for now. It's if the power goes out or something. But really, now that I think about it, I think it's really this. He says, we found where this guy was stowing away a storage car at the end of the train, but the electronic door won't open as it seems someone here tampered with it. We need to figure out the ancient wiring to get power restored to it. So actually, this is ready for us to do because this will let us get into that storage car where the guy who was killed was hanging out and could have some great evidence for us. So I think we work on this now. Okay, make the fuses match the power. The symbols are greater than or equal to, and equals. Turn on everything in order from 1 to 8. Okay. Turn on everything in order from 1 to 8. Okay, so there are 8 fuses. So we need to turn these on in order. These are the fuses that go into these old fuse boxes. And he says that these are greater than or equals to, greater than or equals to. So don't worry about greater than, less than. It's just saying that the number you plug into each box, when you plug them all in, they have to satisfy this constraint. So whatever number goes into fuse 7 has to be greater than or equal to whatever goes in here. Okay. This would be one of these things that would be nice to have our overlay. So let's work on this. One of the things that is interesting about these kinds of puzzles is that frequently they seem to be most efficiently solved with some heuristic trial and error. And I often wonder if there's more systematic way to do it, but let us see if we can get it by trial and error. All right, what have we got? What would you be looking for? Well, we've got an equal sign. It's the only equal in this whole network. Let's look. We've got a repeated 7s and a repeated 2s. So we know this is either going to be 2 7s or 2 2s. 7 is the highest number. So if you had a 7 here and a 7 here, how are you going to find a number that's greater than or equal to this? You're not. So that means this has to be a 2, and this has to be a 2, which means we can cross off our 2s. Okay. What else? Well, 2 is our lowest number. That's not very useful. It is consistent with this because everything impinging on this is greater than the 2. That doesn't help us too much, I suppose you can say that any time a space has something connected to it that's bigger than it, like here, whatever we put here, something bigger has to be here. Well, since 7 is the highest number, you know this can't be a 7. You know this can't be a 7 for the same reason. You know this can't be a 7 for the same reason, that there are things bigger, something bigger than it impinging on it. So these can't be 7s. This can't be a 7 because nothing's bigger than it that could go here. This can't be a 7 because there's nothing bigger than it to go here. That means this has to be a 7. And this has to be a 7. This is not one of them. So these 4 here all have something bigger than it impinging on it. So these can't be 7s. It's only these 2 that have nothing larger than them impinging. So there's our 2 7s. Okay. What about, we've got 3, 4, 5, and 6. A strict ordering here. Anything here that helps us a little bit more? Not really. This feels like almost trial and error for the first part. Anything could go here. Anything could go here. Anything could go here. Anything could go here by itself. It's only when we start lining up. Okay, whatever goes here, something bigger has to be here, something bigger has to be here. So there you go. So 7, it could be 6 and 5, but it could also be 7, 5, 4, 7, 4, 3. Okay, but these have to be in order. But now what about this? We've got no same numbers here. So whatever is here, like if there's a 6, you'd have to have your 5 and your 4 here. But these, we have no more equals. So all of these equal then are strict relationships now. So whatever goes here, 2 numbers are larger than it. So you know this can't be a 5. But it could be a 4. You could have 4 and then 5 and this 6 here. But if you had 4, 5, and 6, you couldn't put something here. This looks like a strict ordering this way. So I think what you've got here, let me use a different color. I think what you've got is this has to be the 6. This has to be the 5. This has to be the 4. And this has to be the 3. I assert that, but we don't have to prove that that's the only arrangement. We assume there's only one valid arrangement. So we only have to prove that this is consistent. The 2 7s are bigger than the 6. The 6 is bigger than the 5. The 6 is bigger than the 4. The 5 is bigger than the 4. The 5 is bigger than the 3. The 4 is bigger than the 3. So that's it. There's our solution right there. Okay, pretty enjoyable, actually. And the instructions said that it wants these in order from 1 to 8. So there's our fuses going from 1 to 8. We have 7, 7, 6, 5, 2, 4, 3, 2. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Okay, so there's our solution. Pretty enjoyable, pretty cute. Let's scan it in and see if we're right. And by we're, I use that in the most loosest of terms, since no one in the chat is saying anything. But It's a miracle that anyone can follow along with these games. So there's nothing wrong with that. Okay. This reminds me of when I talk so confidently and then I'm wrong. 432. 77652 Okay, I think that's right. Okay. With the last fuse in place, the box hums and pops, but in a few moments, the lock on the door lights up, and the conductor is able to get it open. Inside, among a few shelves of cleaning products, you find where someone had indeed been hiding out. You find a duffel bag of clothes, including a staff uniform and some lockpicks. This explains how the victim was able to move around the train and get into the passengers' rooms. You also find a travel folder, a disc, a business card, a photo of trains, some sketches, and a letter. The disc reminds you of something you saw on the History Channel about how spies would use their shoelaces to send secret messages. The folder seems to belong to the victim, while the rest look like they were taken from passengers' rooms. Taking the items, you look over everything to see if any of it could be useful. Maybe some of the items will be useful when investigating the suspects and their rooms. You may now open envelope 2. I am just in shock at how this feels like Deadbolt Mystery Society version 2.0. We are seeing some real improvements. It's not just the mechanics now. I feel like this might be the first time that we've got multiple envelopes that weren't sequentially unlocked. In other words, we're still halfway done with envelope 1. Then we hit a dead end, backed up, and now we're opening envelope 2, simultaneous with still working on envelope 1. That's really quite nice. Okay, let's open envelope 2. I do say Deadbolt Mystery Society version 2.0, but this is one of the features that in general we've been impressed with is the interacting of parts, of pieces to solve puzzles, and the idea that sometimes you don't have enough to solve a puzzle. So that feels like what has happened to us. We solved a bunch of stuff, and then we ran into a roadblock because we need other pieces. All right, well, it looks like maybe the channel was right, that we did need, we may need another card to do the high and low stuff, possibly. All right, so, oh yes, I see now that some of the clues from our cabins interact with these. Okay, so we've got yellow and black. This could be Maria likes her yellow and black order, or it could be high and low. Okay, we've got dynamic impact. Okay, I think now we know the high and low. And the channel was right. The channel said, I think we need this card she's talking about. Well, this is it. Look, her letters are going to be in the word dynamic impact, and she's saying high is the letter on the top of it and low is the letter below it. So the chat was absolutely right that we need this card to help decode her laptop code. Okay, so that's that. This is going to be for the laptop code. This is surely going to be for Maria liking yellow and black. Remember she had the photograph of a train. I'm not sure exactly how to use that, but we'll work on it. Oh, this goes with the shoelace. Uh-huh. Very clever. You're absolutely right. This is going to weave into this. So it's going to be every other? Is that what it's going to be? Like, this is an H. Oh, or is it going to be, it's going to cross over it and spell things. That's fascinating. Okay, we'll get to that. We'll get to that later. Let's see what else is in his compartment. Okay, so we've got a bunch of engines. And remember, in her room, it was engine number 5. Here we have engine 1236. Okay, so what do you notice here? It was Maria's room that had the photo of the engine. And it's Maria that what? Maria likes red, then blue, then yellow, then black. Red, then blue, then yellow, then black. And the black was the one in her room, which was engine 5. So for Maria, it's red, which is an 8. Then she orders, she's got her OCD. Then she goes with blue, which is 12. Then she goes with yellow, which is 36. And then she goes with black, which is the photo of the train in her room. Okay, now what do you see here? What do you notice there? 6 digits, absolutely right. That is absolutely right. It's the 6 digits of her briefcase code, 812365. Okay. Maria's briefcase. Okay. These look like the drawings that were in Vasquez's room. Different symbols, but same style. This looks like it's telling us how to do this to me. Let's see. Maybe not. I see light bulbs, but I don't see light bulbs here. It almost looks like it is telling us one. It's got the same things here. Telephone wing. Are these not the symbols here? Not really. I wonder if this is one of these. What do you call them? Rebus, when you have to spell out, when you have to verbalize pictures. But this feels more like one, like instructions. Makes me think it's this, but let's not worry about that yet. What's this? Got a little folio here. Travel folder. I know you have a big trip coming up, so I wanted to give you a packing list to help. Start by crossing the side that matches this paper. Glasses, watch, ticket, phone, socks, camera, shirt, train schedule, car rental. Okay, this is talking about the yellow. Start by crossing the side that matches this paper. Glasses. And then watch. Is there a watch over here? There is a watch here. Crossing the side that matches the table. So I think it's saying take our shoelace, go between glasses and watch, and maybe we're going to cut this Y. That gives us the letter Y. And then we flip over and go to ticket, which is here, which I think is going to give us another letter. Something like that. When you find yourself at a crossroads, take what's there. It's where two strings cross. That's a letter. It all makes sense in the end. Good luck. P.S. After you pack, be sure to check the weather. Okay, so we throw the shoelaces through it. We trace these. We get letters in the crossroads, where that crosses over. So we're going to get a number of letters. And then we're somehow, after you pack, then this is going to help us. Day 1, day 2 through 7. Sunny with a high of 80 at 12. Cloudy with a chance of rain at 5, 6, 9, 10, and 11. Look out for rain. Weather may cause plans to shift back. That's interesting. Well, maybe once we do this, that will make a little more sense. Telegram, the plan. Oh, I see. This looks like a Caesar cipher shift. Weather may cause plans to shift backwards. This feels like an encoded message where we're going to have to do some Caesar shifting here. Sunny with a high of 80 at 12. Sunny with a high of 80 at 12. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Rain at... Just want to count how many of these there are. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25, 26, 27. There's too many letters here for there's more than 27 letters here. Interesting. Please note, no guarantee is made to the contents of this message. Eastern Pacific is not responsible for any content. And then what do we have here? This is going to be Isaac's code, his driver's license, Isaac Holder. (905-24-1376). That sounds like it could be relevant for us, but I'm not sure how. That's our dead guy, though. And then the last piece of evidence we haven't looked at here. March 17, 2023, something 1568, released on patrol. May seem like you are completely free. Sure you take this seriously and improve the parole. Something shortening your sentence. The terms of your parole are: you must check in with me via phone daily. You are forbidden from leaving the country. You are forbidden from possessing a firearm. As terms of your sentence, you are also trespassed permanently from all merchant bank locations. As terms of your sentence, you are forbidden from gambling. You will be subject to random drug screenings. I'm here to help. You deserve a second chance. Please let me know if you have any questions. Kevin Lewis. So this is going to be one of the secrets, that one of our people is on parole and breaking the parole terms. We haven't caught someone with a firearm or merchant bank locations or gambling, But if we catch one of them doing that, that's our information. And it says 1568. I don't believe we know who that would be. This is definitely going to catch someone. We think this is for this. Okay, well, let's attack the things that are easiest to attack first in case they give us more information. So we can attack this one, and we can attack the briefcase. Who are you most interested in getting into first? Maria or Valerie? I guess Valerie is the one we were with the high and low figuring out. Oh, card game, Anna said. That's interesting. He was gambling on cards, maybe. I don't think that's going to be breaking parole to play cards with someone. Only if we find out that he was actually gambling for money. So let's work on this woman here. All right, so that was her laptop password, which is Valerie Kilgore in room 7. So let's see if we can't get into her laptop. Okay, here's her laptop. Where is our summary of her thing? Okay. It was N high. That's the D. No caps, no spaces. T low. That's an A. D low. That's an I. P high. That's an S. Y low. That's an E. T high. That's a Y. We're in. Okay, it looks like we got access to her email. It's a full page thing here. I guess we're just gonna click this. What's happening here? Let's see if horizontally helps. On the laptop, you find an email from Valerie to one of her clients. I got the information they wanted on your competitor. Their company security was lax. I'll have it delivered to you once I get confirmation your payment is in my account. I got the information you wanted on your competitor. Their company security was lax, so she hacked in. I'll have it delivered once I get confirmation. Okay, and we did see the piece of paper from Dynamic Impact that she did get paid. So I believe we have enough to confront her about her corporate espionage. So let us do that. Let us confront this woman about her corporate espionage. Where is our confrontations? There. Okay. Here we go, Valerie. We're confronting Valerie now. Okay. What are we accusing Valerie of? Corporate espionage. Show me corporate espionage. There it is. And what's our evidence? The first piece of evidence, would you call it the letter or the laptop? I guess laptop? And what about evidence 2? Email. There it is right there. Is it the, well, no, it's email was the second thing on the laptop. So evidence 1 is the letter. What do you think about that? We're calling the letter the note that said she'd been paid, and the email is the proof, for sure, the email. So I think this is it. I'm going to click submit. Let's see what happens. No, doesn't like that. Well, surely it's the email. But then what's evidence 1? Laptop it wants instead of letter? Seems like the laptop and the email are the same thing. If the laptop is the email, this is weird. But what do you guys think? To me, the laptop and the email are the same thing. So shouldn't this be... I'm going to hit enter here, but I don't like it. That doesn't make any sense to me. Why do we need the laptop and the email? Surely if we have the email, maybe the laptop has files on it or something. Maybe the laptop has files and associated keys. Anyway, we got you. We got you. You should be careful with what you accuse people of. Someone might sue you for slander. It's true. I work in information acquisition. I work with clients from all over the world. I didn't want to go into a lot of detail about last night because I was on the phone with some clients part of the time. I didn't want you prying into my dealings, but it seems it would be better for me to just tell you. Last night I was playing cards in the gaming car with Thomas, Maria, and Raymond. Thomas only played a few rounds and left. Raymond then had to use the bathroom. He went to the one towards the back of the train. He was gone for quite a while. I was able to make 2 phone calls in that time. Both are in the bar car. I don't know what Maria did when I was making those calls, but she would have had time to slip into the viewing car while I was gone. Okay, so she gives us all the information she's going to. She's alibied. I mean, according to her word, she's alibi, but I guess we've confronted her. That's when she made her phone calls. Okay, well, I'm going to put a question mark near her alibi since we have to kind of take her word on it. But she does tell us that Raymond went to the bathroom. Remember, the bathroom is the car that's past the viewing car. So if he went to the bathroom and he was gone for a while, he could have killed this person on the way back. Or he could have been here using drugs, which are against the terms of his parole. So she says Maria was gone and Raymond was gone. Doesn't know where they went. And they were playing cards. That's not the same as gambling, so that's not going to get our guy for breaking parole. But if he was in the bathroom doing drugs, that would. Okay, so she doesn't help us much. Doesn't know where Maria was. Does know Raymond said he had to use the bathroom. Okay, now let us go do the briefcase code. Since we believe we know that. Okay, there's our briefcase. Just to remind
A
you,
picture
there's
of a
our
train. What could this be
black
for?
engine number 5. We
A
should
locked
know enough
briefcase.
to open the
I wonder if I can
briefcase.
figure out the combination.
There's our code right there, 812365. So let's try it. 812365. Let's see, can we do it this way a little bit better? 812365. We're going to click submit here. All right. With the correct, oh, it looks like drugs. With the correct numbers lined up, the briefcase snaps open. Inside you find not normal travel luggage, but sandwich bags stuffed with pills and notes regarding a drug sale. As it turns out, Maria is selling more than insurance and vacuums. Well, we've caught Maria involved in some real criminal activity. The only question is whether we want to confront her just with that, or if no, we don't need to. She doesn't need to be on parole to be arrested for dealing drugs. So let us go confront Maria. Okay, Maria, here we go. All right. So what are we going to accuse her of? Drug dealing. All right. And what are our two pieces of evidence? The first one is the pills. And what's the second one? Yeah, now we got a little bit of a problem. Uh, hmm. What else was in her room? Hmm. This is weird. She's got a bottle of. Let's read this again. When the numbers line up, oh, drug sale regarding a drug. It's got pills and sale underlined. Okay, I don't know why that they're doing this. This seems silly to have you put sale here. She's a drug dealer. Okay, but anyway, yes, they were underlined. It's clear that's what they wanted. All right, Maria, let's go. Drug dealing? No, no, no. I'm in the business of providing stress relief supplements for those in need. I was vague about last night because I was close to the murder scene. Not knowingly, of course. Valerie, Raymond, Thomas, and I were all playing a late game while in the gaming car. Thomas lost early and left. I didn't pay attention to where he went, but he He never came back. Then at some point around 12:20, Raymond got up to use the bathroom towards the back of the train, and Valerie went to make a phone call and stepped into the bar car. Valerie came back, and then she took another phone call and went into the viewing car. She was on the call for a while. Raymond came back and was looking worse for wears. Then Valerie returned and we continued playing. Guess one of them could have murdered someone while they were gone. So it's interesting that we've got Valerie on 2 phone calls, but she said she took them in the bar car. Hey, you know what though? Wouldn't that guy have heard her second call? But he might not have, so we may have been too quick to eliminate Valerie. So what I'm going to write down here is that Raymond went to bathroom. That's consistent with what Valerie said at 12:20. So he was in the area during the murder. But notice that if he was in the bathroom, right, and Valerie, we know, made one phone call that was overheard. Then we're told she made a second phone call. But could she have gone to kill this guy in the viewing room? I guess the reason not is because of Maria here. Because Maria says, then Valerie returned. Let's see. Raymond got to use the bathroom. Valerie went to make a phone call and stepped into the bar car. She came back, but then took another phone call and went into the viewing car. So this is huge. We've just caught someone in a lie. This is pretty huge because Valerie claims both calls were made in the bar car, and Maria says that Valerie made one call in the viewing car. So I'm going to write down Maria claims second Valerie call from viewing car, but Valerie claims both from the bar. On the other hand, we had a guy in the bar who overheard Valerie, and he only seemed to have overheard one car. So I believe that right now we've caught Valerie still lying. I believe our killer is going to be Valerie. But we'd still have to prove it. Prove that it's not Raymond. Raymond came back, was looking, then Valerie returned. So I'm also going to note, came back before Valerie. So if Valerie really was in the viewing car and Raymond came back first, Raymond would have had to see Valerie. Maria says Valerie in viewing. So Maria claims that Valerie was in the viewing car. So if Raymond didn't see Valerie, then maybe Maria's lying. If Raymond did see Valerie, then Valerie is lying. I feel like we're on the verge of catching them. All right, this was pretty huge. Now, who do we have left? We've done Maria. We've done Valerie. So we haven't confronted Raymond. Can I get out of that? We haven't confronted Raymond. That's it. So we've got to confront Raymond with what he was doing in the bathroom. We don't have information to confront him, though. But we do have all these complicated codes. And these pictures. The picture matches the one in Raymond's room, I believe. And we also don't know who this is about. So this could be about Raymond, if we can find him breaking these rules. He's the one with the phone password. So if the phone has proof that he's doing these things, that would be what we could catch him with. And he's also got the nature photo. Let's look at that. So I believe this is his room here. We've got the phone.
Nothing to see
in
here.
the trash. Okay. And what
Where have
is
I
the
seen sketches
drawing?
like this before?
Butterfly leaf chain. Asterisk butterfly leaf chain. And it said, where have I seen those before? They look like these. That's very strange. Hold on a second. Hold on a second. Is this gonna be on his phone? Because his phone looks like this, right? Is this 13796? But that's only 5 digits. But here he is drawing it again. He likes this pattern. If we do all the digits, we would get 1, 2, 3, 5, 6, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. That's it. That's what it is. It's 1, 2, 3, 5, 7, 8, 9, 6, which is 1, 2, 3, 5, 7, 8, 9, 6. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 digits. That's what it is. And there's a clue that it's telephone. Okay, so I believe that Raymond's phone password 1, 2, 3, 5, 6. Sorry, not 1, 2, 3, 5, 7, 8, 9, then up to 6. I believe that's his phone password. And the rest of these drawings are just his sketches. Okay, let's give it a try.
A locked phone.
All
I
right,
wonder if
here
I can
we
figure
go.
out the
What do you
password.
think? Is that going to be it? 1, 2, 3, 5, 7, 8, 9, 6. Bingo. You passed the drug screening. Keep it up. Will do. Call me. Okay. Kevin L. So what do we know? We believe that this is a note from Kevin Lewis, his parole officer. So we know that Raymond is the person on parole. You have to check in via phone. You can't leave the country. You can't have a firearm. You're trespassed from merchant bank locations. You're forbidden from gambling. Random drug screening. And here we have a text message that shows he passed it. Then he says, call me. Okay. But how have we caught him? Is he out of the country? That's a good question. Is this out of the country? Currently on vacation. We're all aboard the Olympia. We don't know where we're going, though. How do we know we're leaving the country? Or is it that he's gambling? But boy, that seems like a real stretch. Support the war effort. I don't know that we have any clues that we're out of the country. How strange. We haven't caught him with a gun. He's passed his drug screening. How strange. Call me, okay. Hmm. Hardly seems like playing cards is gambling. Well, we could... Oh, that's weird. We could work on this. I wonder if Raymond is just innocent. Hmm. Well, let's work on this for a bit. We'll come back to Raymond. All right. Start with the side that matches this paper. So that's going to be the yellow side. Sounds like it wants us to go through glasses to the watch, which is there. Then we have to go on this side to ticket. Okay, this side to ticket. Then to phone. Okay, which gets us a letter. I guess we want to do this in order. It says, when you find yourself a crossroad, takes what's there. Okay, so our first letter is a Y. Okay, we went through the phone. Then we go to socks, which is here. Up through black sock. When we find ourselves at a crossroads, we take what's there, which is an I. It's a black I, I'll write down. Okay. Then we go to camera. It's here. I come to another crossroads, which is an A in yellow. And it wants us to go to shirt, which is here. When we do that, we get a crossroads, which is the E. Doesn't seem to be spelling anything. Shirt, then train schedule. Where's our train schedule? Oh, train schedule? Okay, that crossword crosses to a D. Then from train schedule to car rental, which I guess would be here. Well, this does not seem right. That gives us two letters, really. F and V. Boy, this does not seem right at all. How bizarre. Okay. That just seems completely wrong. It all makes sense in the end. Well, let me undo this all. We've written it down. Seems very wrong to me. This is very neat. I have to be careful that I don't get frustrated at this. It says after we pack, we should check the weather. So maybe we have to do something with the letters. Well, you're right. Maybe we have to do something with the letters. I see that we've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. So it's true that we did get 7 letters. Look out for rain. Weather may cause plans to shift back. So these may be Caesar shifts. So maybe we go back 12 from Y, but then sunny with a high of 80 at 12. Look out for rain. So we've got rain, 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 and sun. Well, I think it's time for us to take a break. I'll see you in 8 minutes. Okay, we're back 4.5 hours into this box, The Unknown Passenger, and this is one of my favorite boxes so far. I'm thinking that we may have done these letters wrong. I feels like it'd be too... It's not good to have something that could be confusing have multiple steps. So I'm thinking we should do that again. We did get 7 letters. There's 7 of these. It's tempting, but I'll tell you what. I'll tell you why I think we did it wrong, because look at this a little more closely. It says, after you pack, be sure to check the weather. That's why we thought, okay, maybe this affects the letters we got from this. But look at this. Look out for rain. Weather may cause plans to shift back. And this is the plan. So I think that this is for this, and this is standalone. So I think I probably did this wrong. That's my guess. And that if we do this, we should get a word. And then I think that we use this to decrypt this. So let's try to do this again a little more carefully. Start by crossing the side that matches this paper. We went from glasses to watch. That's the only thing that could be watch. Okay. And then I put Y, but I don't think we haven't crossed anything, so there's no Y yet. Then we flip over here. I think we keep switching sides. We flip over here and go to ticket. When we do that, we don't get any letters yet because we haven't crossed. So then we go back and we go to phone. Okay. And when we did that, that's when we got our Y. Okay, so that was our Y. Phone. Then from phone to socks. There's our sock. Well, that's how we got our I, Y-I. Then from socks to camera, which is there. I wonder, is this not the A? It's a little off. Like, I wonder if this A is suspect. Doesn't actually feel like we're crossing the A here. Camera. Then to shirt. Yeah, well, that definitely crosses the E. Then it wants train schedule. Now, that's a weird thing to say, train schedule. I mean, that's a passport. So really, this is the only thing that could be train schedule, right? Shirt, train schedule. When I do that, I get a definite cross of the letter D. Then to car rental, which has to be this one. And when we do that, we get two very iffy letters. This is unpleasant. This feels very ambiguous. We basically got the same thing as before, except that it's so unclear whether some of these are really crossing. Is it doing this wrong? Are we doing this wrong? How else would you do it? Why would you need both sides? They're all the same at the same locations. Start by crossing the side that matches this paper. When you find yourself at a crossroad, take what's there. It all makes sense in the end. No, it doesn't. No, it doesn't all make sense in the end. Well, that's unpleasant to me. Let me skip this for a second. I wanted to focus on this a little bit. Weather may cause plants to shift back. So one thing I noted here, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 5 rows. But maybe these two are to be ignored. And then we just have 5 in here. Weather caused plants to shift back. But why are there numbers 5, 6, 9, 10, 11? I find that very confusing. We could accuse Raymond of gambling and see what happens. Let's just try it. Let's try accusing him of gambling and see what happens. Then we'll go back to this nonsense. I really think that's thin. That is awfully thin gruel to accuse him of gambling. Let's see. Our accusation is parole violation. Our evidence is I guess you could say it's the letter talking about his parole, and you'd have to have gambling here, and there isn't. Okay, it's not this. So no, this doesn't work, I don't think. Let me take another look since we've on so many of these we've been confused. Parole violation. I don't think we have anything here that's related to parole violation, except you could say the parole letter. But even if you did that, then you'd have to have something here. The text message certainly isn't a violation of his parole. All right, so, but the text message is saying he didn't violate his parole, so that can't be it. So this is so odd that we unlocked his phone and this is what we got. There's not some extra stuff on his phone we can read? I don't get that. Why would we go all the trouble to get his phone? Why would we go to all the trouble to unlock his phone and get this? This is from the parole guy. Check in daily seems to be doing that. You can't leave the country. We don't understand whether this train is leaving the country. Forbidden for possessing a firearm. We haven't seen any sign of a gun. He's banned from merchant banks. We haven't seen any sign of that. Forbidden from gambling. He's playing cards and we can't figure out how to accuse him of gambling. Nicholas says the shoestring puzzle, if you look at the letters on each side separately, you get YADIEFV. Well, that's exactly what we got. YADEFB, that's what we got. And Nicholas says you can anagram them. Why would we anagram them, though? On what logic would we anagram them? Why would we think to anagram them? Start by crossing the side. When you find your crossroads, take what's there. It will all make sense in the end. Good luck. Why would we anagram them? I don't like this. I don't like this at all, especially since some of those crossroads letters seem very iffy. Um, Wow, this is unpleasant. All right. I don't want to look at the chat. Gonna sit here for a while, I guess. I see something here. Is this just letters shifting back one? A, S, S, I, G, N, E, M, T. Assignment. This is just shifted back one. If we try to shift this back, we don't get anything. D, Q, C. So this line all shifted back one. Second line, I'm not sure. Rain may cause plans to shift back. Weird. Let's just see if we can't brute force this. I don't understand the logic of this, but what if this went forward? Assignment something. 3, 4, 5 lines. Let me see. Back. I wonder if it's back 1, back 2, back 7. We go back 2, we get C. That would be P, B. Doesn't seem right. If we go back 1 here, we get U, B, X. That's not right. Let's went back 1. Kind of a weird thing to do. Seems like we would be able to, we can brute force this, but why? What's the logic? This one all shifted back 1 based on what? This is clearly Rain may cause plants to shift back. Clearly, this is shifted back one. Something here has told us that. But what has? Could try to just brute force it, but why? Double H is surely going to turn to double O's or double E's. If it turns to a double E, it's going back 3. H goes to E, Q goes to N, E, E, N. B goes to S. Q goes to N. X goes to U. I'm doing this line backwards. Guess I don't need to go backwards anymore. This is right. E goes to B. R goes to O. D goes to A. U goes to R. G goes to D. I've just brute forced this, figured out a shift that makes sense based on these double words. Somewhere here it's telling us how much to shift. This is a -3, this is a -1, but I don't see the logic of it, so BOARD, R goes to O, O goes to L, B, BOARD, R goes to O, B, B goes to Y, board. Stop, 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 stop. This is getting ridiculous. BOARD, R goes to O, O goes to L, B goes to Y, P goes to M, Lord Olympus unseen. That was a -1, that's a -3. Lord Olympus unseen. What is this telling us that's -1 and -3? Is it -3 to get here, and then -4 to get here, and +7 to get here? Is that what it is? If it's true, should we be looking for a -4? Or should we be looking for a -7? Let's try -4. 1, 2, 3, 4. For our third line, V goes to R, U goes to Q. Fuck you. No, it's not that. Weather may cause plans to shift back. We shifted back the first line by 1, the second line by 3. Is it the second line by 3? That would mean the third line by 3, then the third line 5. No, that doesn't work. I can see there's stuff going on in the chat, but I'm on tilt. I don't want to look. This makes me upset. Look out for rain. Weather may cause plans to shift back. Both of these lines shifted back. The first by 1, second by 3. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Is it by 1, by 3, and then by 6? Is that what's happening? Well, why on earth would that be the logic? Just because that's the first rain? So by 1, by 2, by 3, by 4, by 5, by 6. It was the third line by 6. V goes to P, U goes to O, Y goes to S, K goes to E, G to A, Y to S pose as, B goes to V, G goes to A, M goes to G, X goes to R, G goes to A, T goes to N, Shirley. Poses vagrant. Assignment, board Olympus unseen, poses vagrant, and then what? We think and then the next one is going to be, we did our -6 now, this next one is going to be -8. Okay. A goes to C, W goes to O, T goes to L, L, E, C, T, Q goes to I, B goes to N goes to F, W goes to O, O, N, K goes to C, W goes to O, J goes to B, Z goes to R, I goes to A. V goes to N, K goes to C, W goes to O, J, B, C, goes to R, I goes to A, Cobra. And the last line is -10. I really dislike this. I dislike the logic that you're using this day's thing. Maybe the channel wants to try to justify this. I'd like to hear it. Maybe I'm missing some logic to why we should have figured that that was the row of look out for rain, but there's rain here. I don't understand why you would do that. W goes to M, Y goes to O, E goes to R, O goes to E, T goes to T. Y goes to O. V goes to L. L. O. Or did I skip a step? MORETO. FO. More to follow. All right, well, so this secret agent is trying to find information on Cobra, whatever Cobra is. Either the code name of a person or a system, probably a person, probably Valerie, I'm guessing. So that's this. But now what is this? Nicholas says that it's an anagram of these letters. I'm just sitting here drawing a blank and upset that this is an anagram. It's a very, what does it even mean? And did I do something wrong here? ONCOBRA. No, I guess that's Cobra, but what does this even refer to? Is it after you pack, check the weather? Fuck you, check the weather. Am I doing this all to help with this? Is this a clue to help with this? Is it something else entirely? And why is it so impossible to anagram it? Is it because I've got a letter wrong here? How many letters is it supposed to be? Is there any way to be sure that the letters are right? It's just not a good design. What a waste. It all makes sense in the end. Solved all the puzzles. Once you have solved everything and confronted all the suspects, compare their statements and find out who's lying to you. The name of the liar and the person the victim was investigating. So I guess that the second answer here is Cobra. And I believe the person who's lying is Valerie. But I kind of need to talk to Raymond first to be sure it's Valerie or Maria. To talk to Raymond, I have to find out what Raymond is lying about. It doesn't seem like this should help with that, which makes me think that confronting Raymond has nothing to do with this, and that we don't even need this, that this might be helping with this. Is this just a clue about this? If so, if it doesn't help with Raymond, then we're back to square one with how do we accuse him of breaking parole? You passed the drug screening, keep it up. Boy, this feels stupid. This feels like I'm considering all of my life choices for 50 years to be wrong. That's left me sitting here. I started out 2 hours ago thinking this is my favorite Deadbolt game, and now I'm in absolute anger. Where's my frustration book? This doesn't feel like it should have anything to do with accusing someone of breaking rules. Where's his photos? Where's his drawings? Doesn't seem to be anything drawing about breaking parole. Should we even assume that they're all lying about something? Surely they're all lying about something. Confronted all the suspects. His sense of humor is black. We've broken into his phone. You passed the drug screening. Keep it up. Will do. Call me. Okay. Fuck you. All right, I suppose this tells us that it's not totally useless information. It tells us that he is the guy on parole. So we're going to accuse him of parole violation. What's with all these crossing out stuff? All right, what could I possibly accuse him of parole violation? Letter, bottle, watch, laptop, pills, fingerprints, postcard, ring, can, pillow. If we say letter, meaning the parole letter, evidence 2, it can't possibly be text message. It can't possibly. What on earth? What insanity is that? How can that possibly be the answer? How can it possibly be that the text message saying he hasn't violated parole be the answer to proving he's gambling? How can that possibly be? That's insane. That is absolutely insane. All right, am I going to read this? Is it going to all make sense? And I'm going to have to eat my words. Let's see. So you found out, did you? The proof that I'm gambling in my blood test, my drug test. I found out, did you? I guess I'll have to kill you. I'm just kidding. Sorry, that's a bad habit of mine. I tend to make inappropriate jokes in serious moments. I don't want to talk much earlier. Didn't want to talk much earlier because I was afraid of saying something that would reveal my secret. You see, I'm not supposed to be gambling, and last night I was playing cards. The game was with Maria and Valerie. I ended up needing to use the restroom, and I was in there for a while, so I don't know what happened while I was in there. When I came out and was going through the viewing car, I passed Valerie on the phone. She finished up her call, and we all played a few more rounds. In the time I was gone, anyone could have gotten into the viewing car. Okay. So that's just insane to me, this answer. Leaving it aside and leaving aside Nicola's anagram thing, which doesn't make any sense to me. I'm drawing a blank and I don't see how it relates to anything. Throw all that right out the window. None of it matters. Here is our confirmation of what we said an hour ago, that Valerie lied. Valerie is the one who said she made both calls in the bar room. In fact, she made one in the viewing room where the guy was killed. It means Maria was telling the truth. It means this guy was telling the truth. And it means Valerie was lying. So, with that said, and with the total collapse of this game on those puzzles about proving they're lying, and with this crazy thing unknown to me, it does seem, regardless of all that, that we now know how to answer this, I believe. So let me just do this, and then if it's the case, maybe we'll take a moment to look at the chat and see what's been going on for the last hour while I've been stressing out. Okay, so it's password protected. They want the first name of the liar and the name of the person the victim was investigating. So I'm saying that the first name of the liar is Valerie. V-A-L-O-R-I-E. Valerie. And Cobra, B-R-A, is who they're investigating. I'm not sure that's the right answer, but let's see what happens. Okay, well, that was correct. With everything you've learned so far in your investigation, everything points to the fact that Valerie is lying and may in fact be or know something about the name Cobra. With nothing else left to do, you head to the bar car to talk to Valerie, unsure of what will happen next. Returning to the bar car, you ask Valerie to join you for a brief word. She agrees, and the two of you make your way through the train to the empty storage room to avoid being overheard. Valerie is the picture of calm, her face stoic. What is it now, Detective? She asks, looking at her manicured fingernails. Well, for starters, tell me why you lied about where you were during the murder, you ask, but Valerie keeps admiring her nails. I told you I was on important calls, and you cut in the viewing car where 2 witnesses saw you, and not in the bar car as you claim. You can feel your face becoming red with frustration. That's accurate. At this, Valerie drops her hand and stares at you. Her piercing, cold gaze pins you to the spot. I just misremembered. It's not a crime to misremember where you've been on a train, she says coolly, a smile appearing briefly before she continues. So, if there's nothing else you need, I would like to get back to the bar, she says, and walks to the door. Going for broke, you say, so, are you the Cobra? You watch the woman for any reaction to the name. She stands frozen, her hand out on the door handle. Then she turns and faces you. You may now open the solution. All right. I'm going to look at the chat now. No, I'm not. Too on tilt. I'm going to take a break. I'll come back. When I come back, I'll read the chat and everything will be explained to me, including the anagram and why I'm being too harsh on the puzzle and why it all makes sense. I'll see you in 8 minutes. All right, before I look at the chat, I think I see what's gone wrong here. I spent an hour trying to anagram these letters, EVADIY. And I think what it's going to be is that one of these letters is wrong, right? And the letter that's wrong is going to be, no, I was going to think it's more than one letter. I think FRIDAY should be the letters. I don't know where did this even come from? These aren't the letters here. I have VIDAFY, and I think that V is supposed to be an R. And then with RIDAFY, you can anagram Friday. Then when you anagram Friday, you then add this to it. Weather may cause plans to shift back. So that's supposed to shift you to Thursday. And then once you do that, you're supposed to use these 5 numbers, 1, 3, 6, 8, 10, to again shift this. So this anagram to Friday gets you here, and then this is supposed to make you go back here and make you go use this to go back here. You're going back twice. Is that what happened? Let me look at the chat now and catch up and try not to be too angry. Like, someone has to get blamed for my anger. So I guess whatever's proximal gets blamed. So I get mad at Nicola for trying to help me. Let's see. It's not scrolling up. Oh, here it is. Let me scroll way up. Let's see. Okay. So Nicholas says, if you look at the letters on each side separately, you get YADIEFV. Okay. So it wasn't that they were wrong. It wasn't that I transcribed some wrong. And then Nicola's arguing why it could be an anagram. Okay. And Anna says, I went for shopping. What's happening? The anagram says day 5. Day 5. DAYFIVE. So it's not that it's Friday. It's that it's day 5. Day 5 says how much effect. Okay. And it says it seems reasonable. Doesn't seem reasonable to me. It seems like a bad. And it says makes sense in the end. So last letters. No, I don't know. Nicholas says the letters YAD are on the yellow side and the letters IEFV are on the black side. Oh, that would have helped. Okay. Nicholas says, I think makes sense in the end means look at all the letters at the end instead of picking them up as you weave the lace. Except this thing says, when you find yourselves at a crossroad, take what's there. It all makes sense in the end. So Nicholas says, I think if you read the letters left to right, top to bottom on the yellow and black sides, you get day 5 straight. I'm not really sure. Well, that's certainly not the order that we got them in. So Nicholas says, okay, then DJ Moneycut says, the letter tells us someone is on parole. The next text confirms it's him. We know he took drugs in the bathroom because he was messed up when he came out. Yes, it could be drugs. No, that was wrong. What, gambling? Okay, so the card game was the gambling. At least I guess something right. The essential thing is he was on parole and the letter and text prove it. You know, it was on his phone, the text message. I don't know. Okay. Maybe there's a showdown in the storage room. And then they're arguing about why she killed him. How did she know he was searching for her? Well, maybe he jumped out to get her and she saw him. But okay, so the chat seems to think that it's not unreasonable that the proof that he broke parole was not that he gambled, proof that he's lying, that he broke parole is not to say he gambled, but to use the letter on parole. And that makes sense. And then the text message about him being clean of drugs. That doesn't make any sense to me, but okay. Chat seems to be happier with it than I am. Okay, let's read the solution. You have successfully completed the unknown passenger. What did you say? Valerie asks, narrowing her eyes. The Cobra, you affirm, meeting her hard gaze. That's you, isn't it? You killed Isaac because he figured out who you really are. Did you even realize he was an agent investigating you? Valerie smiles again. This time when she speaks, her American accent is replaced with a Russian one. Detective, I am... Oh, that's my French. I'm sure someone as smart as yourself knows that when a cobra is backed into a corner, it will strike. At this, she lunges forward and punches you in the throat, making it temporarily impossible to breathe. Blinded by pain and gasping for air, you fall on the hard metal floor of the train and watch through tears as Valerie runs past you and throws open the door at the back of the train. Cold air blows in as the winter landscape speeds past. You stagger to your feet and follow after Valerie. She stands looking wildly from side to side as at the small metal platform at the back of the train, and the winter landscape speeding by before eventually deciding to head toward the roof of the train. Although you still haven't completely caught your breath from the throat punch she landed, you pursue her as best as you can. The wind on the train's roof is brutal. You see Valerie a few cars ahead. You close the gap and suddenly she whirs around to face you. She's holding a knife. You stare at the blade and then back to Valerie, waiting for her to make a move, but something behind her catches your eyes. You just have to buy a few more moments. This can end peacefully, you yell, struggling to be heard over the winter wind that lashes your skin like an icy whip. You have no idea what you've stumbled upon. Isaac didn't seem to take me seriously until I got the scarf around his neck. This is... At just the right moment, you drop to your stomach. Valerie's shouts are cut short as a tree branch that hangs over the tracks catches her in the midriff, knocking her off the roof of the train. You look back and see her limp and most likely lifeless body tumbling down the embankment. You carefully make your way back inside the train and tell Jeremiah about what just happened. He updates the authorities as you wait to arrive at the station. Hours later, you finally arrive at your destination. You're surprised to learn Valerie survived her run-in with the tree and was able to be transported to a hospital nearby under heavy police escort. It isn't long before the station is visited by a number of black SUVs. The men who get out are in suits, and their IDs show they're from the CIA. While we cannot provide more detail, what we can confirm is Valerie Kilgore is indeed someone of interest to us and a threat to national security. One of the CIA agents tells you, the dead man on your train was in fact an agent deep undercover. It's regrettable that he lost his life. We appreciate your assistance in apprehending Miss Kilgore. You may be asked to provide further testimony. Again, thank you. With that, the men depart, leaving you with just as many questions now as you had before. Gathering up your bags, you're relieved to be off of the Olympian and away from murder. As you pass by the sign outside the station, the printed words serve as a reminder that you've basically gone out of the frying pan and into the fire. The sign seems to mock you, proclaiming, "Welcome to Valley Falls." Given the type of place Valley Falls actually is, you take no comfort from the greeting. Sighing, you retrieve your bags from the train terminal and head home, thinking that you might do some research on this Cobra codename to see if you can learn more about what Valerie Kilgore was into. Case closed. Okay. So, chat says, the text was proof he was the one on parole, not that he broke parole. Agree that there should have been some mention that they played for money. Yes, it was the proof that he was the one who was on parole. So I guess the idea is that you don't have to. The disconnect there is that you're asked to prove he broke parole and there's no mention of the gambling. That's the disconnect. Like, if you went to a court and you said, here, I've proven he's broken parole, here's the letter saying he didn't break his drug, he passed his drug test, and here's the letter showing he's on the parole, the court would say, yeah, and where is the proof you said you had that he broke parole? Then you'd have to say, oh yeah, the proof is this testimony of him gambling, or the proof is the picture showing him gambling. Like, you haven't proved that he broke parole by showing that he passed his drug test and he was on parole. That's the disconnect. You could say, okay, you can prove he was on the one on parole, and you could say, and my knowledge, testimony from others that he was gambling is the part that proves he was on parole, that he broke parole. But it seems very odd to ask how you prove he broke parole by not presenting any evidence that he broke parole, just by presenting evidence that he was on parole. That would be like saying, how did we prove the guy had an affair? And the two pieces of evidence we picked was that he was married. Then you'd say, well, what's the evidence that he had an affair? And you'd say, well, we knew he had an affair. We didn't have to prove that. What we have to prove is he was married. So, boy, this multi-step part really took the wind out of this game for me. I was so happy about this game until this part. This multi-part thing that involved this finicky thing this ambiguous thing that if you get this one letter wrong here or one thing wrong here, and you're not sure if it's right, the fact that it's this multi-step thing, I just think that's really a bad decision. And the rest of the game was so good. The chat seems to disagree with me a little bit in thinking that it wasn't so frustrating, but boy, you have to be very careful about a multi-step puzzle where the answer makes no sense unless you get all of the parts lined up right. Because then one mistake somewhere breaks the whole chain and you have no idea if you're on the right track. And this was felt way overly complicated. But day 5, yeah, I mean, I guess it would have been fine if the order that we did these in spelled day 5. That would have solved the problem. It would have been fine if it said do this and then sort of was a hint that you should anagram them instead of sort of the opposite, where it seems to suggest when you find yourself at a crossword, take what's there. That seems to be giving us an ordering on them. The fact that sometimes the lines didn't seem to quite line up, so it wasn't clear if certain letters were part of it or not. Thankfully, this was easy enough that I could solve this mostly without needing to make this connection. And then backfill a guess that it matched these numbers. Well, it was pretty painful during that 2-hour period. All right, let me hear what the chat thought. The chat has gone silent. No comments about the game. When Jonathan's not here, I guess we don't get thoughts about the game. Well, look, there were a bunch of mechanical improvements to the Deadbolt Mystery Society system. I don't know, since we're 4 games behind, I don't know if they've just started it now or a couple games ago, but they are very welcome improvements. We saw a couple of use of encrypted PDFs, but mostly not. Mostly now a little bit of an interactive website where we could zoom in, where we got questions that allowed us check people to eliminate. It actually worked quite well. Some hiccups with the mobile version of some of the forums, but in general, quite enjoyable. A nice, enjoyable sort of multimedia change of pace, where we got to look at each of the rooms. And I really liked when we were halfway through with envelope 1, all of a sudden envelope 2 got opened up. And at several points we had to sort of say, we've gone down this path as far as we can. We need to back up, attack it in a different way. And there were a bunch of times when we did that, where we had enough to do some things and not enough to do others. And there were some puzzles that we got stuck on for a little while, but then we did solve. And there was a fun fuse puzzle. So there were a bunch of things that really went worked well here. And I think halfway through, I was thinking this is one of my favorite Deadbolt Mystery Societies. And the constraint things about the witness statements required some real thought and note-taking, and it did make sense. So for the most part, I was very happy with this, very happy with the setting. Instead of being some serial killer here, we had like a traditional mystery Agatha Christie spy story type thing. We had a little bit of spatial puzzles. There's a lot to really like here, and a lot to like about the changes to the system. I just wish this experience towards the end hadn't been so frustrating. But looks like the channel doesn't completely agree with me. And then the whole part about the couple of places where we had to prove what evidence, there were several of those that felt iffy, that felt suspiciously imperfect. And this last one was really it. And there's no excuse for that. There's no need for that. The mechanical idea of having you prove what two pieces of evidence prove something is fantastic. That is absolutely a great thing. To have the player not just be able to guess at it, but say, this is the evidence that proves it. That is a great thing. But the rule of putting in answers to puzzles has to be, if the player has understood everything, then there has to be clear how they should answer questions. And we knew right away, first of all, we knew right away he was gambling, but we thought that is a real stretch to call playing cards that we don't even know it's for money, to call that gambling. That is a real stretch. No one in real life is getting charged with breaking parole because they're playing cards on a train with friends. So that was a stretch already. And then the idea that to prove that he's broken parole, we're not going to even mention the gambling, but mention the text message that said he hadn't broken parole, didn't make any sense. And I don't understand why you would do that, because it's so easy to fix. Can't the two pieces of evidence be things that prove he broke parole? Doesn't tell us to prove that he was on parole. So I just don't, it still seemed like bad choices there that really marred an otherwise great experience. Now, I still think this is a great step forward for Deadbolt, and 85% one of my favorite boxes. Just 15% pain. More than 15% pain in terms of time. All right, let's look at the chat. It sounds like not everyone agrees with me. Let's see. And it says, I can see the problems Jesse's mentioning. Most of the game was good. It's a shame about the last puzzles, but a good direction for the company, more involved games, and a new tech. DJ Moneycut says, sometimes a puzzle just doesn't click. That's why it's so much harder to play these alone. That's absolutely true. Nicholas says, I think the string puzzle was just miscommunicated. It's normal for these puzzles to just look at the crossed letters at the end. The instructions seem to imply an order, which was just wrong. After seeing the discs again, it definitely looks like you just had to read the crossed out letters left to right, top to bottom in order at the end. So just to give Nicola is being very fair, but look at what Nicola is saying. He's saying that these letters are all right side up. And if we had just left everything and looked at it right side up, then we should have seen in order DAYFIVE. Well, that's on me in a sense. I mean, when you see letters all right side up, maybe that should be a clue that you're going to end up reading them left to right. I think there's some logic to that, but I guess the problem is, in retrospect, some of these things seem reasonable, but the problem is when you have so many moving parts, so many degrees of freedom, this becomes just one possibility. And when there's a million possibilities, then it's easy to miss the one that the designer is demanding you find. So I think a little bit of tweaking could fix it. Maybe, as Nicholas said, don't have this suggestion that looks like it's sequential. I think also I really dislike the idea that this is telling you day 5. It helps, but then that these are referring to these. The problem is, like, if you're not sure that it's telling you day 5, you're in trouble because you don't get confirmation. I guess this is the thing. Like, you have no idea that this is telling you where to go here. I guess if you get the words day 5, you know it's right. But if you're wrong here and you're not sure what it's telling you, for example, when we first got these letters, we thought, okay, maybe this is telling us how to shift them. Like, maybe we have to shift these letters to get a message. That's a problem. That's a problem that when we got these letters, we didn't know we had done it. But, minor complaint, but I just don't think it didn't have to be that. It could have been fixed, but maybe I'm just on tilt a little bit. Overall, as Anna said, a great new direction for Deadbolt Mystery Society. Very well structured, very well paced. The new mechanical stuff on the website worked well enough. It certainly adds a new fun element. And most of this case I loved, other than getting stuck here. And maybe the solution is when you get that stuck, you should read a hint, but I can't suffer that indignity of looking at a hint. So, all right. Well, thank you for joining me. Probably the next time I see you will be on Sunday for our next episode of Dear Holmes. We've got a cipher. Nicola, you want to help? Help with the cipher. We could use it. I look forward to investigating the mystery of when they started these new mechanical things. Maybe if we work our way backwards, we'll find the exact game when they started doing these new things. All right, I'll see you on the next video.